Good evening. Good evening, and welcome to the City of Roswell Mayor and City Council meeting for March 13th, 2023. I am Mayor Kurt Wilson, and I'd like to acknowledge my acknowledge the council members and my colleagues present. Councilmember Sarah Beeson, Councilmember Christine Hall, Councilmember Lee Hills, Councilmember William Mortland, Councilmember Michael Palermo, and Councilmember Peter Vanstrom. I will now turn it over to our city administrator, Mr. Randy Knighton, to explain how the meeting is run. Mr. Knighton.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson, and good evening, everyone. In accordance with Section Chapter 3.70 of the City Code, the City Council shall hold regular public meetings. The purpose of City Council meetings are for the public to participate and speak on agenda items which constitute formal decisions by the elected body. These items are listed on the published agenda, which can be accessed via the city website prior to the meeting. This is a public meeting, and some items do require a formal public hearing. A significant and important component of City Council meetings is to hear directly from citizens on the items listed on the agenda. Public comments or questions are essential for the mayor and council to incorporate as they contemplate each decision. Citizens are at the top of the organizational chart for the city of Roswell, and therefore it is imperative for mayor and council to hear from citizens in these meetings. And if you would like to speak on an item, we ask that you fill out a comment card, which are located in the back of the room, and in order to ensure an accurate record of the meeting. We ask, of course, that everyone observe the principles of mutual respect and display the appropriate demeanor during the course of the meeting this evening, which should be reflective of our great community. The mayor is the presiding officer of the meeting and will ensure the orderly exchange of comments, questions, and discussion leading to decision-making by the elected body. We would also encourage you, everyone in attendance and the viewing audience, to visit the city website for meetings, events, and departmental information. We also encourage you to review and participate in the various activities and offerings in the city. There are a number of events scheduled upcoming in the city of Roswell. The mayor will speak about those shortly, which promote community, physical activity, and leisure, as we all make Roswell the #1 family community in America. Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to call Roswell resident Imam Ibrahim Kader of the Roswell Community Mosque to the front to lead us in an invocation, a moment in silence.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'd like to begin with a recitation of the Quran, the beginning chapter in Arabic, and then I'll follow that with an English prayer. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. In the name of God, the All-Merciful, the Most Merciful. All praises to God, Lord of the worlds, the merciful to all and the most merciful of all. Master of the day of judgment, it is you we worship and you alone we rely on. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those you have favored, not those who have angered you or those who are lost. O Lord, we ask you by all your beautiful names and attributes to guide us to that which pleases you. We ask you to show us the truth as truth and help us in following it. And to show us falsehood as falsehood and help us in avoiding it. O Lord, pardon our shortcomings and make us rectifiers of the land and facilitators of justice, goodness, and righteousness. O Lord, rid enmity and hatred from our hearts and gather us on the best of deeds. O Lord, help us in being the best of neighbors, the kindest of people, and the most sincere in action. O Lord, make our hearts peaceful, tranquil, and sincere, and purify our tongues from vileness, falsehood, and harshness. O our Lord, heal our sick, aid our needy, protect our families and loved ones, and make this city of ours a place of security and prosperity. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Imam Ibrahim Keeter of the Roswell Community Mosque. Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to call Army Captain Jason Goza to come forward and lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, Army Captain Goza, would you do me a favor? I'd like you to stay up there, and I'd like to call the council to join me down there for the next item on the agenda for the mayor's report, which is the reading of a proclamation for the esteemed veteran of Roswell Award to Army Captain Jason Goza. Should I have to use these glasses? Proclamation, Office of the Mayor, Captain Jason Goza, esteemed veteran of Roswell. Whereas Captain Jason Goza began his military service entering in the Corps of Cadets ROTC program in the fall of 2001 at North Georgia College and State University in Dahlonega, Georgia. Following the attacks on September the 11th, 2001, Jason enlisted into the Georgia Army National Guard on April 20th, 2002 as an airborne infantry paratrooper. In the spring of 2003, he completed his infantry and airborne training at Fort Benning, Georgia, and was assigned to Company H, 121st Infantry, Airborne Long-Range Surveillance. And whereas in 2006, Jason mobilized to Fort Hood, Texas for pre-mobilization training. During pre-mobilization training, Jason was promoted to sergeant and assisted as the team leader for Team 1, 1st Platoon, Company H, 121st Airborne. Upon completion of training at Fort Hood, Texas, Jason deployed to Kirkuk, Iraq in the late summer of 2006. His unit's mission was to gather intelligence on terrorist and foreign fighter activity in the area, as well as assess the threat of weapons and explosives used against friendly forces. During the height of the improvised explosive device IED threat, Jason's team was relocated to Tal Afar, Iraq, in the northwestern sector of operations to provide accurate intelligence on where foreign fighters and weapons were coming into the country. During one of the nightly patrols, Jason's team captured a foreign fighter attempting to cross from Syria into Iraq with weapons and explosives. A few weeks later, Jason's team was ambushed in a coordinated attack with heavy machine gun fire on the Syrian border during a routine nighttime patrol. Jason and his team returned fire, eliminating the threat and returning safely to their operating base. Throughout his mobilization in Iraq, 2006 through 2007, Jason's platoon was responsible for locating and capturing over 150 terrorist and foreign fighters, along with millions of dollars in weapons and equipment used and intended for use against coalition forces. Whereas Jason graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree from the North Georgia College and State University, while also successfully completing the United States Army Jump Master, Pathfinder, and Air Assault courses at Fort Benning, Georgia. In 2012, Jason graduated from Officer Candidate School and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the infantry and was assigned as a detachment leader with the 3rd 108th. He later transferred as an infantry rifle platoon leader with B Company, 121st 48th Brigade, and after multiple rotations to Africa, Europe, and Asia, Jason was selected as the XO executive officer and later became the commander of the 165th Aerial Delivery Company from 2014 to 2019. Jason currently serves as the budget officer for the G1 Georgia Army National Guard at Dobbins Air Force Base and will be retiring from the Army in 2023, having completed over 21 years of service. Jason currently resides in Roswell, Georgia with his wife, Lauren, and their 2 children, Genevieve and Atticus. And whereas Captain Goza has been bestowed the following medals from the United States Army: Meritorious Service Medal, Army Commendation Medal with 1 oak leaf cluster, Army Achievement Medal with 3 oak leaf clusters, Combat Infantry Badge, Master Rated Jump Master Badge, Pathfinder Badge, Air Assault Badge, Rigger Badge, Spanish Jump Wings, German Jump Wings, Italian Jump Wings, and Canadian Jump Wings. Now, therefore, I, Curtin Wilson, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby name Captain Jason Goza, esteemed veteran of Roswell, and call upon all our citizens to recognize his outstanding service to our country and our community, and that there is no higher calling than those who serve the United States Armed Forces. Captain Goza, would you like to say a few words? Say a few words.
Thank you. I guess you learn a lot of things over a long period of military service, and the number one thing I learned about speaking is be quick, be brief, and be gone. So the first thing I want to say is thank you very much, Mayor, Council, for putting on this and leading such an endeavor. I think it's very important to continue to recognize people within our community and just kind of show the appreciation of people like myself and other people I work with. So thank you very much. I'd also like to thank Robin. Thank you very much for helping putting this together. And Janet, thank you very much. Without your stopping by the other day and chatting it up, stop burning leaves. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Continue to do the hard work that you do in our community. I'd also like to thank my wife and 2 kids, Atticus and Genevieve. They are the rocks, the staples in my life. So thank you very much. And I know you guys have had to put up with quite a bit being gone from time to time, but thank you very much for everything that you do. I'd like to thank my in-laws, Ted and Robbie. Thank you very much for stepping up when I'm gone. But most importantly, I'd like to thank my parents, Scott and Mary Goza. If it wasn't for, I guess, your hard work, persistence, and trying to get me back into school several times, I wouldn't be where I am today. And I'd really like to say thank you for those opportunities that you've provided for me growing up and urging me to get into organizations and groups and proceed a military career. So thank you very much. I love you guys. I love everything that you guys have done for me, and thank you very much.
Got him through college, for goodness sake.
That was Iraq.
That's all right. Come on in here, yes. Sorry, Peter, go in there? Okay. That was the picture we.
Oh,
That's the picture we ended up.
God does. All right, let's see. Next on the mayor's report, we go to the mayor's report, sorry, and the first item on the report, the mayor's report, is an approval of a reappointment to the Board of Zoning Appeals, the reappointment for Ian Kowalski. Are there any comments from council? Do I have a motion to approve the reappointment of Ian Kowalski to the Board of Zonings?
Motion to approve Ian Kowalski.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hills. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously.
And Mayor, I'm actually going to abstain, and just so the public's aware, so these are volunteer positions that are not paying, and certainly a lot of work, and I very much appreciate all of our great volunteers. Tonight, you will see an item that I'm very excited about, that I've worked for over 3 years to get passed, to really improve the ethics among city council, et cetera, which I'm confident I have unanimous support. That being said, I think another discussion that we'll be having is going to be around committee members that I think we should have, and when they're someone that's a campaign donor, as well as I want to bring into the conversation of when we have committees, if there's someone that's profiting off of what they're recommending, I think that's something we really should be looking in. So with that, I believe this gentleman donated to me in my last campaign, because I was always really fighting for neighborhoods, and so just to avoid anything, and so where we have the discussion coming up, I look forward to a healthy discussion. Right now, it's not a violation of the rules. I could vote. I think there'd be no issue, but I prefer just to abstain.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. I guess you have so many thousands of donations come from so many people, it's almost impossible for you to keep up with all the names. Well, so duly noted.
I was fortunate and blessed to have many small donors.
Outstanding. All right, so the reappointment of Ian Kowalski is passed by a measure of 5 with 1 abstention. Thank you very much, Councilor Palermo. Thank you. All right, the next item on the mayor's report is, thanks for catching me, Mike. The next item on the mayor's report is another reappointment approval to the Board of Zoning Appeals, the reappointment of Wilson Horde. Are there any comments from council? Do I have a motion to approve the reappointment of Wilson Horde to the Board of Zoning Appeals? Motion by Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Mortland. All those in favor, please raise your hands. This motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Wilson. Thank you. The next item on the mayor's report is another reappointment approval to the Recreation Commission. It is the reappointment of David Smith. Are there any comments from council? Do I have a motion to approve the reappointment of David Smith to the Recreation Commission? Motion made by Councilmember Mortland. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Palermo. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Congratulations, David. All right, the final item on the mayor's report is upcoming events. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge, so you saw that a few minutes ago we did the Esteemed Veterans Award, and very honored that this council and leadership team has been a big part of that since January of 2022. And we had the great honor of naming Anthony Pinto, Airman First Class, as our esteemed veteran a while back. As a matter of fact, he joined us for our Veterans Day ceremony back in November and at the Roswell Area Park. And if you knew Anthony, he was unforgettable. And we lost him, and he had passed away back on March the 5th of this year. And we just wanted to mention him and bring him into the presence of the hearts and minds and knowledge of our community. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. I had the honor of getting to serve as Mayor Pro Tem the night we gave him the award, and I was definitely moved because I had a great connection with him multiple times that night, and then again, long conversations on Veterans Day. He absolutely loved Roswell, loved our country, really frankly reminded me of a lot of relatives of mine. He joked of us both having the Italian last names and having similar friends, family background, and so I was definitely disappointed. I wore my black suit because I wanted to actually go to the ceremony today, and I found out my daughter went to drop her off for school and found out she didn't have school today, my 4-year-old. So I was at home with a 4-year-old all day, but we're so blessed to have had him in our community, in our country.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. So, God bless Anthony, and thank you for your great service to us here in the Roswell community and to our country. The final item on the mayor's report tonight is upcoming events in the city of Roswell, and just want to mention 3 tonight. The first one is that this upcoming Saturday on March the 18th at the Roswell Cultural Arts Center, that way, literally at 8 p.m. will be the center stage concert, and it is called Abilene. So if you have not been to one of these concerts, I highly recommend it. The next item I want to mention to you is March 29th is National Vietnam War Veterans Day. And I can tell you, as someone who was trained immediately after the war by all Vietnam vets, it is incredibly important to me to honor specifically our Vietnam veterans. And forgive me. And so on Wednesday morning, March 29th, at 8:30 a.m., I'll be placing a wreath by the War Memorial back out this way. And that's at 8:30 a.m., and I invite all of our fellow residents to join me. It'll be a very simple and noble acknowledgement of our Vietnam veterans. And speaking of veterans, there's a gentleman, a young man by the name of Pat Tillman, who was an NFL player and left the NFL to go volunteer to serve in Desert Storm. And Pat was killed in action. And so we have some friends. There's a national group called the Pat Tillman Foundation, and they have a run every year. This year it's on Saturday, April the 15th. Last year, we got this run. We took it from the city of Atlanta and brought it here to Roswell right at the last minute. This is the second iteration. It's a national run, so it's done in several cities across the United States. It will be here in Roswell on Saturday, April the 15th at 8 a.m., and it will start at our War Memorial right here and end there as well. Jamie, you here? Jamie's not here. So Jamie's actually just re-walked the course. This is the first time the course has ever been. Last year was down at the river. This year we're bringing it up here. And so I ask all of my fellow Roswell residents to join us, whether you're running or walking. It is 4.2 miles. Don't be intimidated. It's a nice flat course and definitely a great walking course. To join us on the honor run, I'm going to ask you to reach out to a young man named Seth Dykeman. And Seth's email, as you can probably see it up there, is sethsundevil@yahoo.com. That's sethsundevil@yahoo.com. So please join us on Saturday, April the 15th for the Pat Tillman Run. You'll hear me talk about it a couple more times. Please join us for the laying of the wreath for for National Vietnam Veterans Day on March 29th. And if you haven't been to a concert, go see Abilene this Saturday at 8 p.m. at the Roswell Cultural Arts Center. Thank you for your patience with me on the mayor's report. Let's see. Next is the last item is the consent agenda. Does council have any questions or comments in reference to any items on the consent agenda? Being that there are no questions or comments on the consent agenda, I call for a motion. Councilmember Vanstrom, thank you for making a motion. Councilmember Hills, would you like to second that motion?
Second.
Thank you very much for the approval of the consent agenda tonight. All in favor, please raise your hands. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next is the Administration and Governance Department. Councilmember Hills, would you please read that item?
Approval of a text amendment to amend Article 2.5 Code of Ethics, Section 2.5.3 Prohibitions of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances to update the Ethics Code to clearly identify situations to avoid the appearance of impropriety when council members vote on zoning applications that directly profit their campaign donors. This is the second reading. City Attorney Davidson?
David, would you please read the ordinance, please, sir?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2.5, Code of Ethics, Section 2.5.3, Prohibitions of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell regarding campaign contributions and for other purposes. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following amendment, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the second reading.
Thank you, City Attorney Davidson. Councilmember Hills, would you like to turn this over to Councilmember Palermo?
I would, since he is so effervescent and passionate about this topic, I would like to hand the mic to Councilmember Palermo.
Yes, thank you very much, Councilmember Hills. I can see we have a lot of people here. I'm sure they all came purely for this item, and I do appreciate that. And yes, you are able to make public comment if you'd like, but I'm sure there's other items tonight you'd also like to comment on. On a serious note, I joke now, but it took a lot of frustration and a lot of adversity to get to this point. So this came about actually in 2019 is when we started trying to work towards this, and frankly there was not majority support. So ultimately what this is we have an ethics code in the City of Roswell, and that ethics code does say that us on council should even avoid the appearance of impropriety. That being said, it was not a violation to take money from a campaign donor and then vote for their rezonings or vote for their variances or different aspects. And that's something that was going on. Obviously not every time, but it was something that had gone on, and it was something that I felt wasn't best for building trust with the community. And so worked really hard, tried to find some compromises, find a way to get this passed, and unfortunately there was not support. And so I could not have been happier. Last year we had this new council, and so we entered into a voluntary resolution saying that if someone donates money to our campaign, then they come and request something that they're going to profit off of, that we would recuse themselves from voting on their project. And in that resolution, we said after 1 year, we would take it from being a voluntary resolution to being an actual ordinance that we expect everyone to follow going forward. And the resolution, you would notice, it did not have Councilman Zapata's signature. It obviously did have Councilmember Morthland, Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Vanstrom, Councilmember Hills and myself. Councilman Zapata unfortunately had a major health issue, which is why he stepped down, which is very disappointing. But he was such an advocate for this. He believed so much in this and was great with the passion. And now that we have a new council tonight, I'm very optimistic and hopeful that's going to pass unanimously. And again, just ultimately, it should be that anyone deciding to watch or seeing that somewhere near their property is going to go through a rezoning, a variance, a conditional use request, that you can feel confident that the decision is going to be made based on what is seen best for the city and that the health, safety, welfare of the people of Roswell, and not just those that profit off it, contributing money and supporting the campaigns of individuals. So anybody that wants to read it, there's very specific rules that Mr. Davidson had just read, and it's specific to just looking back to the last the last campaign, and of course, just knowingly if they're aware of it, which was the case. So that's all I'll say about it. But again, this is multiple years of work, and I could not be more appreciative of this council, and most importantly, so many people of Roswell. So I don't know if any of you would sign the petition, but it was really trying to create awareness, and I thank all of you for helping get this passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Palermo. I think he was expecting a lot more applause than that, quite frankly. Does any other council members have any thoughts, comments, or questions? Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Beeson.
I'll keep it quick. I am fully supportive of this initiative and looking forward to its passage as well. I just want to flag for mayor and council, as I have already discussed with Councilmember Palermo, that I intend to follow through on something that I did campaign on myself, which is future introduction of similar ordinance. It's not really legislation, a future ordinance that would similarly try to attack. I think pay is something that we always think of as being monetary, being money, but in this situation would require council members or mayor to recuse themselves if they receive campaign donations for board appointments or committee appointments. So in that case, I call it pay for power. I realize there are limited individuals in terms of those who will go through and serve these volunteer roles. It's a fairly thankless task, and I'm very appreciative to those who do serve on our boards and our commissions. But I want to make sure that, again, to the same vein of this ordinance, and that we're not creating a sense of impropriety when we are appointing our members to positions of power within our city government. And I'm very thankful to Councilmember Palermo earlier for recusing himself, abstaining from the previous vote. That's in the same vein of what I hope to introduce very soon. So with that, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson, very much. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Thank you, council. All right, at this time, I will ask if there are any Roswell residents that would like to speak on the matter. Being that there are no Roswell residents like to speak on the matter, I'll bring it back to council. Any additional thoughts, comments, or questions? Councilmember Hills?
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. I am proud to support this as well tonight. I did campaign on this, and I meant it. I think it's a big deal. Before I even knew what that really was, I had heard about it in the trenches. I've lived here for over 22 years. I couldn't put my finger on what it was. I was busy raising kids and chasing dogs in my yard. But I do applaud Councilmember Palermo and, of course, Councilmember Zapata and Councilmember Hall for pulling this off as far as getting it through and not giving up the ghost on this. I do think it's important. Here I am working for the government, and I feel like most people don't trust the government. So if it doesn't start here, where does it start? So I'm proud to support this, and I appreciate you, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Councilmember Palermo, for anybody else? Anybody else? I saw that hand go up, so I know you want the floor. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I was just going to mention, I definitely saw this as a priority because where it's actual council making decisions on zoning, but even for recommending body like planning commission or whatnot, I will support an adjustment with committee members and with the key that it's not just for campaign donors, but making sure too we're making up a committee that doesn't have a recommending body where they're profiting off of the decision. You know, a developer being on the planning commission and deciding that we should not increase open space or something along those lines.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that very much. Okay, with that being said, Councilmember Hills, would you like to pass this to Councilmember Palermo to make the motion?
I would, Mayor. Councilmember Palermo, would you like to make the motion?
I will graciously take you up on your offer. I appreciate it, Councilmember Hills. So I very proudly, after years of pushing, and Councilmember Hall was there when we were on the losing side of this vote. So I definitely appreciate Councilmember Hall's persistence with this as well. So motion to approve a text amendment to amend Article 2.5 Code of Ethics, Section 2.5.3 Prohibitions of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances to update the Ethics Code to clearly identify situations to avoid the appearance of impropriety when council members vote on zoning applications that directly profit their campaign donors.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. The motion passes. Let the record show the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Mike, are you leaving at this point, or are you staying up here?
Actually, that's a good idea. I have to leave.
Okay. All right, next is community development. Councilmember Palermo, would you read the first community development item, please, sir?
Item number 2, 2022-4740, 10965 Woodstock Road, Fellowship Christian School, request to modify zoning conditions, and this has been withdrawn by the applicant.
Thank you very much. Nothing else needs to be done at this time. So, Councilmember Palermo, would you read the next community development item?
Item number 3, RZ 202-15421, 8800 Eve Circle, request to rezone from RS 30 to RS 12. This item was deferred at the February 13th, 2023 Mayor and Council meeting. Ms. Dybel?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is 8800 Eve Circle, rezoning application number 2021-5422. The request is to rezone from RS 30, single-family estate, to RS 12, single-family suburban, for a single-family development containing 11 lots. A location map showing you where 8800 Eve Circle is located. As you can see, it's across the street from the back portion of North Cliff subdivision on the other side of Eve Circle, Greyhawk Lane, which is part of Windfair, and it backs up to the River Terrace subdivision where you see Nautica Way, Club Chase Court, Shady River Trace. Currently zoned RS 30. As you can see, across the street is Windfair, which is also zoned RS 30. North Cliff in the yellow is zoned RS 18. River Terrace subdivision is zoned RS 12. Future development map shows this to be neighborhood residential. The property contains 5.7 acres. They're proposing 11 lots ranging from 12,000 square feet to approximately 19,000 square feet. They do have some common area and open space shown. They are doing underground and above ground stormwater. They have underground water quality and runoff with above ground stormwater management located in the northeastern and southwestern corners of the open space area that's proposed on the proposed site plan. Here's the site plan that's proposed. As you can see indicated is showing where the above ground stormwater is to be located. You have the above ground, and then the underground stormwater is located within the street area of the proposed street on the site plan. Once again, on this site plan, you can see the common area and open space that's located in the middle of the subdivision with the 11 lots along the rear and the sides. Planning Commission did deny this, recommended denial of this rezoning request during their January 17th hearing. Staff does recommend approval to the RS-12 to show to the development of the site plan that's dated October 12th, and that the number of lots are not guaranteed, as reduction may be required due to staff comments during the development process. Do you have any questions for staff?
Thank you, Jackie. Council, do you have any questions for Jackie or any of the folks in the Community Development Department? Comments? Councilmember Beeson.
I do have a comment that's not specific to ComDev, but more so for the folks in the room. And this is from me personally, I'm not speaking off behalf of other council members. We received a lot of feedback from residents, both last time that we were here, during the Planning Commission meeting, via email, via phone call, in person, you name it. I will tell you, we hear you. We absolutely hear you. And I hear your concerns. Many of those concerns had to do with impacts on the nature path, stormwater as it's related to stormwater management around the area, and the trees that are in the area, the tree canopy, protecting the large growth trees, as well as, I think that pretty much, and the density of the area. Before I have a feeling we're going to receive a few comments this evening. I just want to make sure that folks are clear when a rezoning, it doesn't necessarily mean it's 100% approval or it's 100% denial. If we, as council, deny this evening, which we can, they, as developers, still by right, which means by law, by right, they can still develop that property. They can still cut trees. They can still do the minimum of stormwater management. They can still develop areas that are near the nature path. I realize that those are still concerns, but those are concerns that potentially, I'm not saying this is a guarantee, that might not be requested because they can build by right. However, when we do deliberate a rezoning, as staff made their recommendations with the approval of the rezoning, it means that we can set conditions, which are requirements. I think this little cutout of trees in this area prevents certain growth of trees from being developed. We can make conditions of limiting that road that's going down, extending towards the nature path, but limiting it to where it just cuts at that corner. Higher thresholds of stormwater management. I just want to flag for the group that this is still a tool within our toolbox as elected officials and within the public that we can address those concerns. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the mayor, who will very likely turn it over to y'all.
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Michael, you got anything? Peter? Okay. No, don't be. I figure you might want to comment. All right. With that being said, I will now turn it over to Roswell residents.
Applicant.
I'll get the applicant. Sorry. Don't have my script in front of me. So would the applicant like to come to address the council and mayor? Welcome. Thanks so much for being here. Please share with us who you are. Hard to hear. Marley?
Is this better? Can you all hear me okay? Okay for me to move?
Yeah,
Should I
try again.
Move the mic closer?
Yeah, move the mic closer. Let's see if that works. There you
Is
go.
that okay?
That sounds
All right.
good.
Good evening, Mr.
Does that work?
Okay. Ooh. Might be there for a reason. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I'm Julie Sellers here on behalf of the applicant. I am here tonight. Let me say my address, 1776 Peachtree Street in Atlanta, Georgia, and here with Steve Rowe, who's the engineer on this project with AEC. And we have the pleasure of representing the property owner of 88 Eves Circle. In 2016, I know that most of you, the vast majority, with the exclusion of one council member, were not on council at that time. But in 2016, this property was rezoned. It was zoned to RS30 with certain conditions. And we are here tonight, and as Councilman Besson said, conditions can be imposed on zoning decisions. And that is exactly what took place in 2016. And in 2016, there were several conditions, including some conditions about extending Eves Circle Road. So I have on the screen before you, the subject property has sort of a blue star, and encircled in red is the approximate area of where that pavement ends. And so for those of you who have been out to the property, you are very familiar with this. I have been out to the property, I'm familiar with it. The pavement stops, and one of the conditions of that 2016, and I'll call that the current entitlements, is to extend that road. What we are here tonight asking you for is a rezoning to change the zoning from the RS30 to RS12. And really just putting it in very simplistic terms, what we're talking about is perhaps 6 additional homes. We are not talking about a rezoning going from ag to industrial. We're not talking about multifamily. We are talking about quality, single-family homes being developed on this property. This is the site plan, and as you can see, this is a site plan. It contains 11 different lots. We've got a significant green space with a tree save area, and these lots range in size from a little over 12,000 square feet to over 19,000 square feet. Again, as Jackie mentioned, it's 5.7 acres of property, and as you see on here, the extension of the Eves Circle Drive. On the next slide I'm going to show you, you'll see the subject property here in orange. And I think what to me is very important to note, and I'm sure that we're going to hear a lot about it, this is probably the last undeveloped 5-acre parcel in this general area. And tonight you've got a obligation to property owners, and that includes the property owner of this property, to conduct the balancing test that is involved in zonings. And so I know that I see a lot of folks here. My guess is that the folks here in red probably have some comments to make about this. So I'm going to keep my presentation brief and save the rest of my time for rebuttal.
Councilmember Palermo, thank you, by the way. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. And so I do have some questions for the applicant. And so couple questions I have. So as you mentioned, I was here in 2016, and so something I'm curious about. I don't see any familiar faces. This was not the same applicant in 2016, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so so the property was purchased after that?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
It was purchased after that 2016 zoning.
Okay, because, yeah, so in 2016, I did follow staff's recommendation, which staff's recommendation was to not rezone to RS 12 and instead rezone to RS 30. So I certainly made that motion in 2016 and was following staff's recommendation at that point. I guess just help me understand. So you've mentioned that the applicant has interest in adding more homes or building more homes than currently approved, but I guess just help me understand kind of the reason or the thought process on wanting to change the zoning after it was zoned to the RS 30 back in 2016.
Sure, absolutely. I think that there's a few things, and I anticipated. I wasn't at the Planning Commission, but I watched the Planning Commission. I watched the 2016, so I was certainly anticipating we were going to hear a lot of comments. And so in the interest of time, my hope was to just sort of, in the rebuttal, kind of go through all of the reasonings and also be responsive to what you're going to hear, I'm sure, from some of the neighbors. I think that it's probably information. If you watch the Planning Commission, you've been reading your emails, you've heard some of these comments before, but I think going back to 2016, I think, the original request at that time was the RS 12. The site plan that was presented to mayor and council it was not an RS 30 site plan. And so at the time that the council approved the RS 30, nobody had laid out the property to really know, okay, how many lots are we going to be able to achieve here? What is that development cost? And I think really importantly, when we're looking at the reasonable economic use of property as currently zoned, you can't ignore the conditions from that 2016. And what that requires is improvements on the city's right-of-way. It's not improvements on our property. It's not the road to service the lots in our community. If I'm wearing my legal hat, I call it an offsite exaction. That it is improving somebody else's. Here it's the city's property. And as you get into it and realize that's over $500,000 that's going to be required for that road extension. So when you start running the development costs to understand what is this going to cost and is this reasonable, can you find somebody under the current zoning with the current conditions who would be able to develop this property? That's been the challenge. And quite frankly, that's why you see it still vacant today. And so what the property owner has been doing over the last almost year is working with the city, and I'll be happy to show you the multiple different site plans, working with all the various city departments, not just community development, but transportation, looking at, I think we've got 8 different iterations of really working to see, how could this property be developed, and ultimately that's the plan that was brought for you here tonight. So in a nutshell, The R30 with the current conditions as approved in 2016 does not allow for a reasonable economic use of the property.
So with that, there's always different paths and different choices. So what the application is to rezone to RS12, which again, I followed staff's recommendation in 2016 in rezoning to the RS30. But so that's one thing where you're requesting to rezone property. There's always the opportunity to discuss the actual conditions and do a site plan change, and request certain conditions removed. So that, in fact, actually, the item number 2 tonight that was withdrawn, that was exactly what they were doing, not to rezone, but to request to modify zoning conditions. And so I'd say if the applicant has any of those conditions that they would prefer to be removed, that's something that we could certainly discuss. And in fact, actually, the seller of the property, the one that was the applicant back when it was rezoned in 2016, they didn't have any questions or pushback for any of staff's recommended conditions. And so again, I think there's always the opportunity to discuss if the zoning conditions are a concern.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. My review of the 2016, I did see, I think that application was requesting 14 lots. And so I think with the ability to construct 14 lots, the conditions worked because of that lot yield. I think when it got to council and the recommendation was the RS30 instead of the 12, that so drastically, I mean, as you all know, hopefully most of you know, the RS30, it's an estate lot. So those are 30,000 square foot lots. That is not common in this area. And I'll be happy to go through that in more detail.
And so again with that, I think it'd be a great discussion to discuss for the which zoning conditions for 2016 are causing concerns with the current owner. Again, there were no concerns raised from the previous applicant who sold the property. But if there's, because again, it was RS30, and when it was rezoned to RS30, it was with those zoning conditions, and there was no pushback. But also just to immediately point out, the way that you would drive to this is by driving through all RS30 lots to get there.
So if you'd like, I mean, I'm happy to show you. And I guess this is going to be a long night. And if I'm interrupted, I'm not going to speak over applause. I'm certainly going to be respectful to the opposition. My guess is we're going to be sitting here for hours listening to folks in the area. But I do think that, as was read at the beginning, the courtesy that I would expect from the Roswell residents is the courtesy of not interrupting the speaker. And I will certainly be extending that courtesy to the opponents. I do have plats here. If you want to, if we want to get into it, I'm happy to go ahead and share the plats.
And have those
there are 15 lots that front Eve Circle that are zoned R30. There are 48 properties on Eve Circle that are not RS30 and are the RS12 size. And I've got those plats for some of those other properties here. So I do think when we're talking about access to this property, you are not driving through 100% of RS30, 30,000 square foot lots. The predominant lot you drive by to access this property is 12,000, at most 15,000, with the exception of those 15 lots. So I'm happy to tender the plats. We've got those to show with certainty, but I think that it's very important. Yes, there are the 2 areas that do have the RS30, but that is not the predominant zoning in this area, nor is it the predominant lot size.
And so I just have one other question before I yield my time to other council members, because I would say those lots you refer to, there are 30, those are the ones that are closest to there, and it is the rear of the neighborhood. But a question I have, you mentioned that your applicant who had bought this after it was zoned to RS30, you mentioned was working with staff. Was there a time, did they provide any site plans or anything like that to staff in working with those site plans?
Yes.
Okay, so would that have gone to you, Ms. Dybel?
So the applicant submitted site plans for the rezoning application when they submitted in 2021.
So I'm talking about prior to 2021.
Prior to
under the-
2021, we did not receive any applications for a preliminary plat.
Thank you.
Ms. Sellers, thank you for your time and thank you for your presentation. Certainly acknowledge and will to obviously to the room that obviously decorum is the matter of the night and that we will respect one another. I will tell you, Ms. Sellers, though, however, I haven't met anybody in the history of time that's been successful at stopping combustible spontaneous laughter at what someone says. And that's in fact what happened. It was spontaneous. It was not meant to be impolite or rude to you. So for the record, I think the audience will be respectful to you and will give you time and will cede in a kind and gentle manner. But what happened was it was spontaneous. So there was really no way to say to the room, hey, don't laugh when somebody says something, even if you disagree with it. So I do challenge your comment there a little bit, but I appreciate you, and I will ask that the room does honor and respect one another at all times. Please keep one conversation in the room at all time, and that is the person that is speaking at the podium. So for that, Ms. Sellers, thank you, and we will make sure that you are respected at all times. Thank you, and I appreciate you coming here tonight. All right, any other council comments, thoughts, or questions? Being that, I will now invite any Roswell residents, let me be clear, it is Roswell residents, other than the applicant itself. And when you come up, you have 5 minutes. Please share your name and where you live. And at 5 minutes, I will unfortunately have to stop your comments if you continue. Welcome, sir. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Oh, there we go. So my name is Mike Wright. I am the president of the HOA for Windfair. And I want to be clear because we're talking as if this is a single neighborhood.
What number are you on?
Yeah, is this one on?
What number is that?
Oh,
No.
oh, it was up there. It's PC4. Yeah. Yeah. Testing. There we go. Okay. So again, introduction. My name is Mike Wright. Please restart the clock. I'm the HOA president of Windfair, and I wanted to start out by clarifying one thing about Windfair, the way you access this property. We're kind of talking as if there's one neighborhood here. This is 60 homes split across 2 neighborhoods, technically. So there is the Greyhawk Lane, which is called Windfair 3. It is a separate neighborhood. Windfair, the original Windfair, which is phases 1 and 2, that's the neighborhood I live in and I'm the president for. So we've got 2 Windfairs totaling almost 60 homes. And like mentioned, that's how you access this property. So obviously, you know, a lot of people in this room are wearing red like I am. We are all opposed to this rezoning, and we adamantly ask you that you stick with the rezoning from 2016. We think that the zoning from 2016, I'll come back to these questions.
I'm not sure what's going on, Mike.
Sorry. Let me get out of this and see if this fixes it. There we go. I don't know, it went off. I don't know, sorry about that. Let's see if this works again. It's a little touchy. Sorry.
Mike, in interest of your time, I can assure you that council has a great knowledge of what you probably want to show them. So if you want to talk to those points, I think I can tell you comfortably that the council has an incredible level of detail of the knowledge of the subject matter.
Okay. Well, you know, the main points, and I'll just go through them real quick. You know, we obviously think that the consistency and character of the surrounding neighborhoods is important. And I think what was cited in 2016, or actually not 2016, the most recent staff report, is just this comparison to River Terrace. River Terrace is a neighborhood you access from Ease Road. Windfair, to both the Windfair neighborhoods, is the way you access 8800. And if we're looking at consistency and character of the neighborhoods, to go from travel through an RS30 set of 60 homes and then arrive back to this little pocket of RS12 homes is completely against character and consistency. I get that you access you access Windfair from another neighborhood, but you access 8800 from Windfair. So that should be the primary driver for the character and consistency of what we're going after here for this bit of land. So that's number one. Then back to the reasonable economic burden. I think it was mentioned in.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to limit you to please one conversation in the room.
It was mentioned in general terms that it can't be used as is. You know, there's economic burden. You know, it's not viable. We understand the property was bought for nearly 6 acres was bought for $475,000. And if we split that up into 5 properties, we're talking about a very small cost of goods investment just for the property itself. And if you look at how quickly the homes sold in both Windfair 1, Windfair 2, and Windfair 3 at RS30 estate homes, without seeing the detailed financial analysis of why these homes couldn't sell when the cost of goods for the property itself is, barely $100,000 per piece of land, we don't see that the applicant has proven that there is economic burden. There's no detail behind that. Also, we talked about the flooding. I'm not going to cover that. I think you've heard enough about the flooding. The one other point that I wanted to make is this corridor, Eves Circle, arriving into Windfair through Woodfield. This corridor is heavily loaded with pedestrian traffic, neighbors with their cars parked on the side of the road, and lots of trucks and delivery. And I know we're talking about the difference of 6 homes, but that's 6 homes with FedEx, 6 homes with buses, 6 homes with the mail, 6 homes of pedestrians. That is much worse than having 5 homes there in terms of the amount of traffic that's already unsafe. The pedestrians, the cars parked on the side of the road, the trucks, all the neighbors that are already back there, there is a lot of traffic in and out of Eves Circle. So we are very concerned about even one additional home being added to that traffic. It isn't just their cars parked in their driveway. It's all the support and service people that need to support those homes. So I'm sorry I didn't get to present my slides, but it was to reinforce these points that I made here, is that the consistency and character is driven by Windfair. What's through the trees and over a hill or Northcliffe adjacency, it shouldn't be as relevant as what is Windfair. Windfair is the way you access this property. That should be the heavier weight in defining what is consistent and what is the character of the neighborhood. So I'll leave it at that. I don't know if there's any comments or questions for me, but those are the points that I wanted to cover.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate your time. Thank you, sir, very much. Yes, sir. If you'll please share your name and where you live in Roswell.
Absolutely. Is there, are we not using the overhead? Well, while that's warming up.
I will let the audience know, for what little it's worth, the council is incredibly up to speed on this subject in terms of, so happy to see any layouts all day long, but I just want to let you know the council is really, really up to speed on this issue.
I'll skim through it.
Okay.
I'm the table setter here for the next group. And I want to thank you, Mayor Wilson and council members, for hearing us. I do want to say thank you to Jason, if he's still here, for his service to the country and the council's service to Roswell residents. My name is Ricky Halip. I live in North Cliff, along with a number of these residents over here. I am going to touch on, just give you a little bit of history of the property. A few of us have touched on it already. I'm going to go into a little more detail, and anybody that knows me knows I can't resist adding a little commentary. Right. We already know Winfair 3 is the property that abuts up to this development. We've recently, everyone in the surrounding areas has gone through deforestation and development around us. This plat was clear cut and the topography changed. This is Winfair 3. After that development, my neighbors and I were subject to economic hardships. Stormwater streams are at their maximum capacity. Downstream residents have suffered financial damages. We'll talk a little bit about the history of this property. I think that we've touched on a little bit here. I was here for that August 2016 rezoning meeting. That's when it was zoned agricultural. City denied RS12 and approved R30. November 2013, with knowledge of the RS12 denial, I think that's what you were alluding to, Igor purchased the property for $475,000. In August of 2017, with no improvements, and 9 months later, Igor listed the property for $1.2 million. I respect Igor's right. I have been a commercial developer in a previous life. I absolutely respect their request to desire to make money from their real estate investments. I am a real estate investor. But color me skeptical, given this level of inflated valuation, that the end result is 6 properties if zoned R12. September 2019, the listing was removed. March 2023, recently now, the tax records show that the appraised value of $778,000. Obviously, the investor knows what he's doing. He's gained double-digit returns in unimproved land, which is pretty reasonable returns by any real estate standard, investment standard. I'll go through these quickly. Number 1, 11 buildable lots ignoring the 40-foot buffer for River Terrace. Number 2 is the entrance is directly across from Greyhawk Lane on existing pavement. Number 3, exit onto Eve Circle currently is a dirt road. This dirt road, number 4, this dirt road is used as a walking trail for about 100 people per day. Number 5, this is the location of a perennial spring, which requires a 150-foot setback per Roswell regulations. Note the developer has a retaining wall within 30 feet, which is against your code. Number 6, this is the location of a detention pond. Igor is planning to clear cut all of the property and try to keep only 5 to 10 trees in this area. Number 7, this is the location of a perennial stream, which is inaccurately marked on Igor's plans. Number 8, proposed retaining wall off the sidewalk, which will amplify the erosion for the homeowner below. Number 9, stormwater release to downstream. This is an important point. All of the water that comes off this property goes into Northcliffe stormwater system, which is already maxed out. Number 10, this is where Igor will apply a level spread all the water from the proposed subdivision across the remaining dirt road and onto the homes below. Number 11, this indicates the Northcliffe pool and tennis courts, which will get significant flooding. In summary, Igor's plan is bad.
Ricky, I'm sorry, I got to cut you off. Thank you very much,
I'll
sir.
stop with his
No,
plan is
thank
bad.
you. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Councilman and Mayor.
How are
Appreciate
you?
This time.
Yes,
My name
sir.
is Joe Wood.
Hey, Joe.
I live at 2800 Stone Glen Close, so right off of the property. I just want you guys to know I'm a developer, designer, and licensed general contractor in the state of Georgia. I built everything from $1 million homes to $75 million properties. You know, you've heard from Ricky about some of the issues with the RS-12 plan. I would like to show you guys a plan that does work. This is a plan that meets all the conditions the council has put on it, except for one. It also meets all of the subdivision requirements surrounding this property, and it is a financially viable development. As you can see, one, these are large estate lots, so they meet or exceed the Windfair development. Number two is the entrance is on the existing paved area now and is directly across from Greyhawk. I've also included in this a gate to make it more exclusive of a property. Number three, I've included the cul-de-sac, which meets the requirements for emergency vehicle access and exit off of the property. It also includes a 10-foot area around that entrance for sidewalks and any other improvements on each side. Number four is location of the retention pond. I want to mention this here, that I have significantly impacted the topography just in the area of the developed roadway. So that helps protect some of the tree and canopy structure on the property. Number four, this plan includes the requirement of a 40-foot buffer on the property facing River Terrace. I've also left a significant number of trees in that buffer as requested in the original 2016 requirement. Number six, this has left Eve's Circle undisturbed and has removed the retaining wall that was needed, badly needed, in order to support the sidewalk structure, as well as it maintains that canopy along River's Eve Circle that's existing with multiple trees that are over 38 inches in diameter. Number seven was the location of that retaining wall. Number eight is this is the direction of the road heads, and there is absolutely no turnaround on that road structure. The one condition that it does not meet is we are not paving River Eve Circle. Since this is a dead end with no turnaround, there is no reason to touch the road. If the council can change the current RS-30 plan for the developer to keep the entrance and exit off of the existing pavement, we would suggest that you lift this requirement to not pave the current dirt road, which will give Northcliff an environmental buffer and also reduce the development costs. As you've heard, $500,000, I came up with $300,000 to $400,000, making it an already viable development even more profitable. What I've drawn up here is a good neighbor subdivision. Based on the current stormwater issues in Northcliff, this subdivision will highly be monitored by the current residents as it goes in. I find it rare for a developer not to know the type of homes that they are planning to build, along with the purchase price that they are going to set for it. As we heard in a previous meeting, the developer's representative had no idea what they were going to build on that property, the size of the home, the price. I realize the developer's representative in the previous meeting had made comment of that. However, in my experience, that is not realistic. Any developer would want to take a full cost and sales price into consideration.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. You ran up here. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, tell us who you are, where you live.
My name's Julie Halip, and I live in Roswell, in Northcliffe. And we had some videos that we were going to share with you guys. Did they?
You're not related to Ricky by any chance, are you?
I might be, yeah. And you all met my son the last meeting. All right, I just want to talk really quickly about the videos that you're seeing. This is what is happening in the Northcliffe Creek. When we moved in 10 years ago, this was a small mountain stream, and the amount of water, the amount of water that comes through now, as you can see, this yard in particular has lost 40 feet of land in the last 4 years. This creek is maxed out. There is no way that paving Eve's Circle, leveling all of the trees, and adding 11 lots is going to be sustainable for most of the homes, which includes the pool and tennis court area. That property that you just saw is very close to our tennis courts. Do we have the sound on that one? Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is just another video further down in our neighborhood where they are showing you that they've never seen water like this in the creek before. It was quite substantial. I think just one more is on one. Again, you can see what is happening is not flooding in a lot of ways. It is eroding the bottom because of the volume and velocity of the water, which is now being pushed into that creek, which is causing cave-ins. They look like canyons on the sides of the creeks as it collapses. Are we good? That's it. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Ms. Alip. Thank you.
Mayor Wilson, my name's Lita Wood.
Hey, Lita, so do you want, you're speaking for two?
I'm speaking for two.
All right, so I have to do a
president of Northcliffe and then for myself.
I got to do a mea culpa before you start, so don't start until you get ready. So I made a big boo-boo. I'm allowing 10 minutes for you, but for the future, as long as y'all put up with me being mayor, which probably won't be very long, it's 5 minutes. So we made a mistake, but I'm allowing the 10 minutes, but just for future reference, each resident gets 5 minutes, and you can't speak in behalf of someone else. But I'm allowing it today, but I just want to make a mea culpa, so if it gets asked in future and somebody says, well, you let it happen before, I'm telling you, I made a mistake, so it's my goof up. So, Lita, welcome.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It was spring break, and everybody was here for the last meeting, so let me go ahead and get started. I'm going to use this, if that's okay. Okay, my name is Lita Wood, and I live at 2875 Stone Glen Close You all know this map really well, but just in case, this is the proposed property, and this is my home right here. I'm going to start off with my home. I'm on 1.5 acres there, so it's a large lot. And I have more than 500 feet of frontage that's directly across from the proposed development. So basically, I take the whole development on my yard. The current plan will impact my property values substantially if it's built, and the developer is responsible for building sidewalks here, as you've heard before, along that road. What that means in order to build the sidewalks, because of how tall it is, there has to be a 12-foot retaining wall in the back of my yard. This is my yard. This is the view outside my kitchen window, and there will be a 12-foot retaining wall across. This means also that the developer will have to remove 24 100-year-old specimen trees of the cities. He also is building within the easement area of a perennial spring, as you heard before, which who knows what damage that'll cause all the way to the Chattahoochee, but that's on my land. This is a view outside of my window. You heard from Kevin Caldwell at the previous meeting that the retaining wall will most certainly impact my trees and the critical root structure of my trees. He appraised those trees at $251,200, and he recommended that we establish a 4-year bond after the last house is developed to cover any trees that are damaged. You'll see in the packet there that we are requesting that should you accept RS-12. Along with that, we should not have to look at a 12-foot retaining wall on this property. It's a $1.5 million property. So you're about ready to hear from David Russell, and you did hear from him in the previous meeting, that the erosion that's going to happen from that retaining wall will probably wipe out all of this area, and I also will need to landscape. So we've gotten multiple landscaping bids, and we're asking you tonight for $138,000 from the developer if you accept RS-12, because that impacts my property. That's also in the proposal that you have in front of you with the bids. Note that the wall ends in the middle of my yard, so my OCD is going to go crazy, as I have one side that has level spread water that's going to overflow, and the other side that has a retaining wall. Okay? I'm submitting the landscaping bill. I'm asking you to please take these 2 conditions into account if you go into RS-12, if you approve RS-12. And based on all of the reviews from the engineers, the landscapers, Caldwell Trees, that tree bond will most likely be called. Most builders don't want to have a bond called. So if the developer wants to discuss another path with us, that is acceptable to us. I'm willing to talk about that. But at this point, I would like to ask that those 2 items be approved for RS-12. Now, I'm going to switch to Northcliffe subdivision, the other hat I'm wearing tonight. The developer's proposed plan makes no sense to residents there. We believe it's a bad neighbor plan, and we also believe it will cause further erosion and stormwater damage. When you look at the topography of the land, which is really high, the proposed level spreading along the back of the neighbors' yards and right to the tennis courts makes no sense. Of course we're going to suffer negative impact. It goes downhill. You level spread on something that goes downhill, it goes right to our pool area. However, the developer's rep has stated throughout these meetings that he does not believe this is the case, and if anything, he will make our water issues better. As a matter of fact, in the very first planning and zoning meeting in front of the number of people, the representative told Miss Patty Covert, who lives right next to me, that he absolutely will not be impacting her property and will be improving it. Patty lives here. Since they are starting their level spreading there, that seems unlikely. Since we have not been able to get a comfortable read with the developer's representative, and since he cannot provide further details for us, we think it's best for us to be wary of the situation, and especially since unmitigated stormwater flowing to our area that already has max creeks makes little sense. So should you consider approving RS-12, we ask that you add an additional bond requirement of $1 million, potential damages for erosion, stormwater to be put in place. This would, of course, be for any additional damages that occur from the point forward to any of the properties along the creek and along the Northcliffe amenities. Now, I want to turn the discussion to Northcliffe overall. You've all heard about our issues, and we want to take this moment with council aware what's been going on in the last few years. We want to make sure you hear us and that you understand. We realize that this is our opportunity. So for 34 years, the creek was 4 to 6 feet wide, as you've heard many times. It was rambling, it was safe. David Halip was here last meeting, and he told you about how he used to be able to play in his creeks. They're unsafe now. They flow way too fast. And you just saw videos of what that looked like, and we couldn't show the volume, but people were saying, we've never seen it like this in 24 years. We've never seen it. Neighbors have lost up to 20 feet. Some have lost 40 feet. Neighbors are spending somewhere around $60,000 repairing culverts. Estimates for trees, creek repairs, and safety measures can range in the $100,000 of property. Our pool and tennis courts are now at risk with further development. Northcliffe on the River subdivision is the best of Roswell. We stand for everything Roswell has meant. Neighbors have lived there for 30 years. They protect nature, the environment, the wildlife. When Winfair 3 was clear-cut, before building even started, the waters came roaring through the subdivision, and neighbors started calling the city staff for help. Silt flowed over driveways into yards, trees drowned, and creeks were at max. And as a matter of fact, let me just ask the people in the room, quietly, raise your hand if you contacted the city over erosion or water issues, please. Leave your hand up if you contacted them more than once. Put your hands down. Put your hand up if your water issues were resolved. Mayor Wilson and the council, we can supply you with more than 100 letters from our residents that were sent to city staff, sharing concerns, asking for help on these very issues. And in the end, the bond was returned to the developer without Northcliffe being made whole or those issues being resolved. And are you aware the same people who recommend this subdivision now are the ones that we call for help? There's no checks and balances on this system. We have nobody standing for us. The damage is so bad in our subdivision that Fulton County is reducing property tax assessments in some cases because properties are devaluing. Think about that. Is that good for Roswell? Is it good for property values? Our residents want you to know what's happening. So if you'd allow us, would all of those that have been impacted by previous developments please stand and share quietly what's been happening in the subdivision? Council, it may be hard to see those signs. And we have a lot of people who are out right now for spring break, so you're missing a lot. But we have over $1 million in damage when Winfair went in. Something's wrong. Thank you, all of you. You can have a seat. Thank you so much. We know if the new development goes in, every one of these Northcliffe owners will be impacted. It's that simple. We all support RS-30 and doing it smartly. We don't support adding any more impervious surface than we needed to. Our residents are frustrated, and when you call the city with hundreds of times and millions of dollars, who do you call, who do you trust? The city had asked, your city staff asked Winfair to put those cage rocks up. They knew that, what would happen. They knew. My land is right here. Nobody told me what was going to happen. As a matter of fact, as they left Northcliffe, without any of us, basically we all have to pay this out of our own pocket. They had them cage this. They had them come back and put a second layer of cages in. And as we all slept, the city staff knew what was coming. No one warned us. Nobody told us to shore up our rivers, our creeks, and save our trees. And they're gone now. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Our final ask, along with denying RS-12 and protecting a buffer zone for Northcliffe, is this. No matter whether RS-30 or RS-12 is approved, we would like you to put in a neutral third-party engineer that oversees the plan development and works with the city and the developer as a liaison. with Northcliffe subdivision to protect us. Someone we know is
Thank you, Ms.
someone
Wood.
we know is watching out for us.
Thank you. Councilmember Palermo?
Thank you. I just want to give a quick clarification on something. So definitely appreciate everybody taking the time to present. Two things. One, just wanted to clarify, the last speaker mentioned the concerns of a wall and potentially a wall of up to 12 feet. And so with that, so I mentioned in August 2016 is when I followed then staff's recommendation of rezoning to RS30, not all the way down to RS12. 1 month before that, in July, is when I had motioned for changing the rules on retaining walls. And so retaining walls above a certain number of feet, I forget what that exact number of feet is, but it's certainly a lot smaller than 12 feet. That would have to be approved in a public meeting, and it is not guaranteed because the developer is expected to do so in a way that's not creating such large retaining walls. And then also what I've heard is as well, I think now from a couple speakers, is a preference actually in the applicant not needing to follow one of the conditions from 2016, which was the paving of the road. And I did hear the attorney from the applicant today mention some that perhaps the applicant doesn't like or doesn't prefer some of the conditions that was on the property when they bought the property. And as I mentioned, I think there's certainly a lot of openness to discuss removal of a condition or whatnot. So if that's something that's that the applicant is interested based on their comment earlier, it sounds like there's support from the community as well to remove a condition. So I just wanted to bring that up, that I'm hearing multiple people preferring that condition be removed.
Thanks, Councilman Palermo. Welcome, sir.
Hi, Mayor and Council. David Russell, 730 Crab Orchard Drive in Roswell. I'm not going to go ahead and talk about the same points I've been hearing for the past presentations. We're all talking about the same issues. They're right on point with their concerns. So stormwater runoff and the channels being degraded. There's been talk about the level spreader that's planned. And there's been talk about the proposed retaining wall and the impacts to trees. I won't go ahead and talk about those anymore. All I'm going to add to it is that these folks are getting hammered downstream. These previous projects, a developer hires an engineer spits out a plan that's good for the developer, and then the city approves it. And the outcome is what has happened to these folks. They just can't take it anymore. And they need help. They're going to need help even now going ahead and trying to fix all this damage. And I don't know where that's going to come from. Is it going to come from the city stormwater fund? Are you going to help them out? Are they going to go ahead and have to go ahead and raise their dues at Northcliffe to fix it? Someone's got to go ahead and have to start paying for these things, because right now the developer's not paying for it, even though they're causing the damages. The other part of it too is talking about East Circle and the potential for developing it. Now, I'm hearing some talk about maybe going ahead and keeping it a dirt road, but if it's important to go ahead and to pave East Circle, and it's sitting there with impacts to trees, with an impact of a retaining wall, and an impact to stream buffers, then why not just go ahead and move the East Circle back for this development and just dedicate right away? And that way it would go ahead and limit the impact to stream buffers and to trees and to stormwater impacts to some degree. So as I just hear everybody talking about this, I'm just wondering, why can't East Circle just be relocated a bit to go away and take away the impact, if it's important for it to be paved? Now, these folks love having that road be just a natural trail, and I'd say to you here today, that sounds like a great idea to me. So I don't have anything else to say. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Welcome. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. My name is Erin Sousa, and I'm a resident and board member of Northcliffe on the River. I'm at 1615 Northcliffe Trace. And several of the residents from our neighborhood and surrounding HOAs have put together a quick video just to kind of reiterate our point on paving the Eves Circle Trail. Yeah. Okay. Well, a little less impactful without sound. But just to reiterate, there are at least 100 people that walk this trail every day. And then you've heard the trees in this property, 120-year-old trees. And so paving this area that you can see so many people walk and enjoy would just be a disgrace to the community, I think. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. I am Patty Covert, and I live in Northcliffe on the River, right next to Leda. And I am here for similar reasons, but also to tell you how I personally am impacted by this. I bought my house because I loved my backyard 9 years ago. I had a creek that was about 2.5, maybe 3 feet wide, and maybe 2 feet, 3 feet deep. I've since had 4 beautiful grandsons that always came to my house. I'm their softie. And they always came to my house, they played in my backyard, and now they can't. And they can't because not only has this creek become more of my backyard than my actual backyard anymore, but it has exposed so many roots that trees are falling, and that my invisible dog fence wire is now showing right above it. I've gone to the extreme of trying to put plastic railing to kind of detour the water and to go in a different direction. But for me, I am absolutely petrified that my grandchildren and my father, who has dementia and lives with me, and other people are going to get hurt. If my 1-year-old, 2-year-old, or even 8-year-old fell into this creek now, they would not be able to get out. The current is outrageous, and there's no more siding to come up. It's too deep. There are parts of my area that are 6 or 7 feet deep with my 2-year-old grandson running out there. So I'm petrified about that. I am also well aware of, I own a business, and I'm well aware that everybody should make money. But when you're making money that's costing other people not only money, but also the setback of not being able to enjoy their own property, there's got to be a time that that's stopped, okay? I have 2 neighborhoods that come directly into me with the water. So when it comes down, like it's raining a couple of days ago, it comes there, and I had a video, I don't know if we can, they can't watch it. Anyway, the video shows that I get from 2 different subdivisions at the same time that hit my backyard. Because I'm right next door to Leda, if they actually build a retaining wall, and it's 2/3 of her yard, let's say, the other third, that's gonna come right into my yard. I have no more yard to lose. And I am just here really begging everybody, the developers and everybody else, to understand it is not just about fixing things, it's about things getting worse, and it's about homeowners like myself who work hard to have what I have being taken away from me so that somebody else can profit. I am so afraid of my dog, my father, somebody else getting hurt out there, and not just my family, but what about the kids that run and they play and they try to get into this creek? If they get hurt on my property, they can't get up. There's no way to get up. The limbs of the trees are so big, they're falling apart, and I'm really sad that they couldn't show the video because it really gives you a whole new look for what's going on. And I'm just here really to beg people, I know they're talking over there, but if they hear me, I was trying to say to you as developers and everybody to please understand that it's not just what somebody makes, it's what somebody takes. And you are taking my home, you are taking my grandchildren's memories, and this is going to impact me, not just financially, but emotionally for the rest of my life. We all work hard to have our homes. I don't think somebody should come in and take mine away. That's all.
Thank you, Patty. I'm going to remind the audience, and that especially includes the applicant, that there is one conversation in the room. And if that one conversation needs to be had, there needs to have a conversation be had, I'm going to ask you to leave the current area to have a conversation. So are there any other Roswell residents? Yes, sir. Councilman Vanstrom.
I just want to say, don't be too frustrated, because I think all of us have seen that video. Have you seen?
We have.
I think most of us have seen that video. So. Oh.
It's just from the other day.
Well, if it's anything like the one we saw, it's.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome. How are you tonight?
So where am I talking into?
You're perfect, right there.
Okay.
Just talk right like you're talking to me.
Okay. My name is Laura Postel, and I moved into Woodfield. I am at 8060 Meadow Sweet Trace, and I moved into Woodfield in 1999 when all of Windfair didn't exist. It was a farm property of a family. There was one house and maybe a barn, and that dirt road went all the way up to the beginning of where Woodfair is. And so I don't know if there was talk when Windfair went in, excuse me. But the houses are very big and very gorgeous, et cetera. When the second phase, I think that you called it the third phase of Windfair went in, it was sort of disturbing because as that one picture showed, it was clear cut. And the last meeting, there was somebody who came up and gave statistics on how much water one tree absorbs, and it was a huge number of gallons of water. And so I don't have anything big, but I have my telephone picture. I don't know if it works on this. Okay, that's pretty pitiful. Anyway, so my house is up here, and I am on the top of a hill. And even though I'm on the top of a hill, when it rains, my backyard floods too. But if this is a topography map, and it shows where the hills and the valleys are and some of the creek, et cetera. So the land that they're talking about, it's not just a flat piece of land. It is a hill. And then you have the gravel road, which does absorb water. If that gets paved, it's going to be more runoff. And from the gravel road, it is a drop to all of the people who live in Northcliffe. It's not just a little slope. It's a drop from the gravel road. And then this subdivision that's trying to go in is even uphill here. I live on a hill. I know what a hill is. And also the other thing is our speed limit on our little Eves Circle Road is 25 miles an hour. We have video of many people going at least 40 miles an hour on that road even to get to Windfair. So I think you said that there were 60 plus houses on Windfair. So that's at least 2 cars. That's 120 cars. You want to add more cars. They're all speeding. You've got kids on tricycles, moms pushing baby strollers. There's no sidewalk. There's minimal lights. There's not stop signs at every intersection. It's going to be like 400 on that road. We have traffic coming through our neighborhood, going into Martin's Landing. So from Eves Road, coming down Eves Circle, there's a 4-way stop sign. People blow through that. And you're going to add more houses. It's a nightmare. As it is, it's traffic. It's not just a nice little stroll through the neighborhood. You are taking your lives in your own hands to just walk down the road of a neighborhood that you are paying property tax, bought the house, all that kind of stuff. And yes, people do park along the side of the road. So then it goes from a 2-lane road to a 1-lane road, going 40 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. So we have asked for stop signs, speed bumps, speed signs. We had a speed sign at the entry, and it kept on getting stolen. Anyway, so it's not just Northcliffe. So Northcliffe is, if you want the reference of the dog and the tail and the head, Northcliffe is the tail, and they're at the bottom of the hill. And Woodfair, they're very beautiful houses, but they're already damaging runoff into those people's houses, and then we're gonna have even more cars adding to the Autobahn that is Eves Circle. So we like stop signs, speed bumps. We're told no on the speed bumps because it's a city road. Anyway, so it's not just building houses and making profit. It's looking at the whole big picture, that everybody bought their house in Woodfield, and then Woodfair got added, and there was impact on the people who live there now. And you know, you have your little girl or little boy riding their tricycle, and you've got to hold onto their hand to make sure they don't get hit. That's not quality of life. So those are my Woodfield comments.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you. I'm going to ask a request, welcome. I'm going to ask a question, and please, welcome, sir. Does everyone feel like the council can appreciate the position of the residents that have shown up on this issue at this juncture after this gentleman speaks? Or is there a desire for more speakers to continue to speak? Or do you feel like the council has gotten the gist of what your message is? Give me a hand up if you feel like the council understands where you're coming from. Okay, thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name's Matt Speed, and I'm in Northcliffe as well. I was one of those videos was of my house actually from behind, and where we actually are kind of the end of Northcliffe where the creek is, flowing into Martin's Landing. So we get the most volume possible in that creek, and it's widened tremendously. So what I wanted to talk about really was, I emailed you guys today a study done by Penn State that I mentioned last time about the damage or the amount of water that's created when you turn woodlands into impermeable surfaces. And 1 acre of impermeable surface, according to the study, Penn State, is 27,000 gallons of water with 1 inch of rain. And that's, 12 lots, 11 lots, 11 homes, you're going to have a road, you're going to have an acre out of that 6 acres being impermeable surface. I think that's a fair estimate there. So 27,000 gallons every time it rains. You've seen that creek. Where is that water going? It's got to go somewhere, and the creek can't hold it. And we've already seen really bad damage in Martin's Landing. My neighbor across the creek had to spend $60,000 to rebuild their culvert because it washed out a couple of years ago. And that's just from the influx of water from the developments in Windfair. And so this just compounds on those issues. So the other thing I wanted to point out in that study that I sent you guys was they estimated about $1 million per mile to do rehab on creek banks. So there's a lot of costs associated with this. We're not throwing these numbers out of nowhere. And we've got studies to back them up. And so I encourage you to look at that study I sent you and be aware of the other costs associated with the downstream people that are impacted by this development. That's all.
Thank you, Matt. With the permission of the audience, and if it's not okay, say no, but I'm going to, with your permission, I'm going to move it back and allow the applicant to respond to any of the comments that have been made. Yeah, Ms. Sellers, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am going to go through to go ahead and make sure that we're covering everything that's important for you all to consider when you have a zoning application before you. So one of the things, looking at the character area, the RS-12 is consistent with the neighborhood residential character area. As you can see above you, or excuse me, on the screen above me, the suburban residential is the character area that is more suited for the larger kind of estate lots. So the neighborhood residential does support the RS-12 zoning, which is what we're seeking. To be clear, and I take full responsibility, perhaps I was not articulating as clearly as I could have when I was saying that you don't just drive through estate lots to get to this property. Without a doubt, there are 15 RS-30 zoned lots that are in the Windfair subdivision. And you do pass through those 15 lots to get to this property. What I was suggesting is that you can't ignore the other 48 properties that you also drive through. And when we're looking at land use decisions and when we're looking at the character of an area, you are not confined to the adjacent properties. So here, as you see on the screen, we've got Martin's Landing. Martin's Landing has homes that back up to Eve's Circle. And I've got the plats here to show the size of those lots. They're zoned PD, but I will tell you based on the plats, those lots are closer to the RS-12, closer to the 12,000 square foot lots. That's in the green, sort of at the top of the screen. Even before you get to the Martin's Landing area, and I couldn't really figure out the best way to show this with the arrows and everything, but you do have Woodfield. Woodfield, the original development, started in the 1980s. Those houses that you drive by coming into the neighborhood, you've got houses that are zoned RS-18. You've got houses that are zoned RS-12 when you first come by, and those lot sizes, there are, again, I think 40, I don't want to misspeak, but 48 properties on that Eve's Circle that are in that 12,000 square foot lot. So the point that I was making, and admittedly not very artfully, is that this is disingenuous to say that every single lot you pass as you're driving down Eve's Circle is a 30,000 square foot lot. That is simply factually false. And when you look at this property, you can't ignore the fact that the River Terrace community is adjacent to this property. It is zoned RS-12. We might not like it, but that is the zoning of the property, and there's no dispute about that. And there are 23 homes next to this 5-acre parcel. And with the 5 acres zoned RS30, you could maybe have 5 lots that would abut 23 lots. Looking at your land use map, putting on my planner hat, and you look at the surrounding area, what you see is this tan color. That tan color is the piece that sticks out. That's not as similar as the other colors. So this RS30 zoning is not consistent with the surrounding development. It's not consistent with the surrounding lot sizes. There are factually, without dispute, surrounding lots, and to ignore anything outside Windfair is to do a disservice to the obligations when you're looking at the criteria for the land use and planning. I was anticipating, based on some of the presentations at the Planning Commission, that there would be some legal theories that would be talked about, and this notion that somehow we have an obligation to prove with certainty certain things. And so I just wanted to briefly touch on what is known in Georgia as the Gould factors. And as I said, and I'm actually violating the rule that I teach my students at Georgia State. I'm teaching land use and zoning, and I say to them, you don't walk into a zoning hearing and start like talking about the law. That's just not the best way to set your client up for success. But I wasn't anticipating hearing it and thought that it was important to include, and we did hear a little touch on it. It's a balancing test. And so here, you've got to balance the factors that you have in your code and the criteria. And one of the things that I think is important to keep in mind in DeKalb County versus Flynn is this case that with no doubt certainly said that local governments, in that case it was the county, there's an obligation to work with the property owner in looking at the highest and best use of the property. And so looking at the property that is in question, looking at the surrounding zoning, looking at the consistency with the comprehensive plan, we absolutely do believe that the RS12 is an appropriate zoning classification for the property. Wanted to touch on, when I talk about the city working with the property owner. So this application was originally submitted in 2021. And the site plans that you see up here, I think that there's 8 of them. These are various iterations of the plans because the planning department looks at it, stormwater looks at it, transportation looks at it, all of the different departments of the city are looking and providing feedback. And so these were all of the different changes that were made that resulted in the plan before you today. So I just wanted to let you know that this is something that the city staff and multiple different departments have been working on. The property owner has been really working a lot over the last year and a half on development plans. I want to just touch a little bit because I think that there were a few things in the comments, and I don't really know the best way to do this, but I guess just making sure that I do a good job of making sure that you understand the plan that's being presented and what we can continue to talk about different aspects, but I want to make sure that I'm clear. This is a plan that does reflect the full execution, for lack of a better word, of the 2016 zoning conditions. So that includes providing that road connection, and that was something that your transportation department, through this application process, has very much wanted. So this whole notion of, not notion, it's just a fact, to be able to put a road in there, given the topography, given where that creek is, given the other homes in North Cliff on the side. So when you're talking about that side, That's the city-owned property. We don't own that. That's not my client's property. That's the right-of-way that we were being requested to engineer, design a road, and install the road and sidewalks on both sides. And to be able to do that, that's the trigger of what was requiring that retaining wall that would be close to some of the Northcliffe residents. To be clear, that wasn't something that we wanted to do because we thought, you know, adding another retaining wall would be great. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. As you will see here, this does show 11 new homes. It does include this tree save area that does have some detention. And with any new development, and I am absolutely here with full understanding of the videos and the current issues that folks in Northcliffe are experiencing. And we are not here to dispute that at all. What I am here to say is that's an existing condition. Back in 2016, there were conversations about some issues. It does not surprise me that their issues have gotten worse. When I was driving out there and you look at the Windfair development, that property was clear cut. And you know, those developers, and I think typically those HOAs have obligations to their downstream neighbors. So, you know, sounds like there are existing issues that quite frankly, they're not our cause. Like we didn't create that. We haven't even built our homes yet. So we didn't create that. What we do believe is that with the plan that we have proposed, we will have to, as the developer must, we've got to be able to maintain our water on our property. We are doing that with the stormwater both above ground and underground. And we do believe that we will not be, you know, just out there substantially making the Northcliffe residents' life much worse, because there will be more mechanisms in place for that stormwater runoff. Again, this is just a slide to show you the retaining wall area. This is kind of on the site plan. I thought maybe it was a little clearer to see here. Again, the paving and extension of that eave circle, that is under the current conditions. For the property owner to build the homes under RS 30, there is a cost associated with that road work and with complying with those current conditions. And that is part of what has made, you know, this not having a reasonable economic viability as currently zoned. Again, I think that we actually did hear from some of the folks. The slide that you see up here, that is showing the Windfair neighborhoods. And some of the folks here tonight, we heard loud and clear, they don't want our property developed, and yet their properties were developed. That property owner had the benefit of developing their property. Our plan is certainly more environmentally sensitive, with saving trees, with being more intentional about that site layout, not going in and clear cutting everything. That you can clearly see from this aerial photo is how those properties were developed. And I'm close to wrapping it up here, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have for the applicant. Thinking about the drainage basin area, again, I am not here because I have no dispute about the flow of that creek. I was out there when it was raining, so I'm not in any shape or form disputing anything that these folks have said as far as the flow of that creek and the fact that that has changed over time. What I do think is important when you're looking at a land use decision for this 5 acres of undeveloped property, it is not a city park, it is not a park, it's not property that was bought by the HOA. This is private property that can be developed, and the legal rights to develop it absolutely are there. And so when you look at the size of this property, and this is a pretty conservative estimate of the drainage basin, All we were looking at is basically what is upstream from our property. The basin itself is larger, but this is what's upstream from our property. That is about 120 acres. So our site is 4.75% of that overall area. So I do want to make sure that as council is deliberating and really thinking about this, putting it in context of, we're talking about going from maybe 5 homes to 11 homes is our request. So we're talking about 6 homes. We're talking about the addition of stormwater facilities to make sure that we're capturing on site, and we're talking about less than 5% of the existing area that is draining into that basin. So it is not going to double or triple or have a drastic impact on the water flow in that basin. Again, just thinking about your job here, and it's not easy. It's not easy to sit and have the obligation to balance the factors, and I think that you all as a city have done a really thoughtful and good job. I know that this is probably one of, with this administration, probably one of, if not the most controversial applications that have come before you so far. But we would ask for your consideration in really looking at what the request is. We've heard a lot of important information here tonight. I think there is no doubt among anyone here that the Northcliffe folks have some water runoff issues. What I do want to make sure that we do is look at the context and the scope of what we are asking for when we're looking at the criteria and thinking about the land use decision before you. So again, I'm happy to answer any questions. I've got the plats, if that is of interest to anyone. I'm going to just quickly touch on a couple of things and then maybe make a pitch. One of the things that I did want to talk about is, and Joe, the third speaker, I apologize, I didn't catch his last name, but he had a site plan that he had created. And that's, you know, it's always that sort of double-edged sword when somebody comes up and has redesigned a site. I do think a couple of things just of note on there is with a cul-de-sac, as my understanding of the city's current rules, you still on cul-de-sac lots have to have that full lot width. And I think there's maybe a 10% variance that you can get, but that is, you know, one of the things. So I think there would maybe be a few hurdles with that plan, and just wanted to touch on that. Again, I think a lot of what we heard, and I don't think I can stress this enough, is we're really talking about some existing conditions. And when you look at the balancing test that you all have before you, I think you have to keep the scope of what we are asking for here for this 5 acres and for basically 6 homes, and have that at the forefront of your mind. The property owner, I don't think anyone disputes, has the right to use the property and develop the property. And then in anticipation, based on a couple of comments, I would just ask you, I'm happy to answer questions, I'm happy to field questions. If there is a request for the applicant to maybe make consideration of things, I would ask for the mayor and council's, I guess, allowance of allowing us a minute or two to briefly confer, rather than me, you know, trying to make eye contact. And, you know, I think that this is too important to make a decision just kind of off the cuff, and certainly want to be able to have time to have that conversation. So that's my pitch in anticipation that there might be some thoughts about changes on conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers. Thank you so much. Council, any thoughts, comments, or questions for the applicant, or any responses to our Roswell residents? Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you talk a little bit about the tree removal. I know we've talked about Wind Fair and the word clear cutting has come up multiple times. Can you talk about, with your plan existing, like what that looks like? What's left? And then beyond that, what is intended to be put back?
Yes, and I may ask Mr. Rowe to come join me up here.
Color site plan. No, just go back, just go by the color site plan.
Here we go. There we go.
Good evening. Steve Rowe with AEC, 51 Spring Circle,
Welcome,
Roswell,
Steve.
Georgia. The plan that you're seeing above is the trees that are highlighted are the ones that are being saved per the arborist report and per the tree survey. We've worked our grading plan, or at least preliminarily, around those existing trees to be able to work out the tree save. We've added the street trees back and other buffer trees, which are not shown on this plan, just for clarity to show the site plan. But we do meet the tree ordinance per the arborist as part of the process of going through the rezoning application.
Thank you, Steve. Councilmember Hills, any further follow-up questions on that? Thank you so much, Councilmember Hills. Council, any other thoughts, comments, or questions for the applicant?
Did you have something?
I was just, I don't know if we can flip this. I wanted to make sure that, for council's understanding, that this plan is showing the trees that are being saved. It didn't reflect the trees that are planted, and so this plan. Just hold it, Jackie. Significant planting, happy to.
It should be in your packets.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sellers. Thank you, Steve. All right, with that being said, Councilmember Palermo, do you want to make a motion?
I actually have some questions before I make a
You
motion.
got some questions?
I do.
Okay, Councilmember Palermo.
And so, first of all, Ms. Dybel, so is the RS 30, is that consistent with the current comp plan?
Yes, RS 30 is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
So thank you. And then, so I'll say, it was interesting to see the slide where it showed multiple iterations since 2021. But I guess that's where I'm a little disappointed. There hadn't been any iterations or anything presented to staff or council or whatnot, given that under the zoning that occurred, that it was rezoned and then purchased in 2016, and then no plans under that current zoning. So I just want to make that comment. Also, you mentioned that that the applicant sees the tan, which is the RS 30, in that area as is inconsistent. But I'd say again that's the same zoning as the rest of the back of the neighborhood, which has shown clear economic value. So I just wanted to say that clearly I think there is a consistency and that there has been clearly proven economic value with it. And then I would say, obviously I've seen a lot of zoning attorneys in my over 7 years of doing this. There's no question. I think you put together an absolutely incredible, effective presentation and probably one of the most skilled I've seen. So I think very, very articulate, very impressive. And I'd actually encourage you to consider presenting at the annual Georgia Municipal Association, because each year I get to go there and hear from different intelligent zoning attorneys like yourself and learn different features. So if I think definitely impressive expertise, and really appreciate the effort you put into this presentation. With that, for me, it still comes down to, obviously I've got to be 100% focused on really the health, safety, and welfare for the residents of Roswell. And I certainly see negative impacts of adding the increased density and all the other things that were discussed to the back of the neighborhood when it's that just really inconsistent with the back of the neighborhood that it's touching for how you're entering. So I see different concerns there. And let's say though, based on your your comments earlier, I'm very focused and flexible, as I mentioned earlier, to working with the developer and wanting to find something that can be helpful to them. So clearly, I'm sticking, with the viewpoint as discussed throughout, with staff's original recommendation back in 2016, which was not to rezone to RS12, that RS30 is consistent with the comprehensive plan and has many other benefits. But in wanting to work with the developer, as I mentioned, I absolutely want to look at removing the condition that you addressed that was the largest concern. So at the beginning of the presentation and towards the end, mentioned the concern of building the street all the way down to the end of the property. And so frankly, what I do want to do is that's the one thing that I've heard concerns with. Again, when the seller of the property had it rezoned, they did not have any concerns with that condition. But given that the buyer then afterwards had concerns with that, I will be looking tonight to make a motion that will deny the rezoning request to RS12 and keep it at the RS30, which is compliant with our comp plan and consistent with the many houses that it's closest to within the neighborhood for the neighborhood you drive through, but also remove condition number 1 from 2016 that said the owner/developer shall build eaves circle all the way to the southernmost boundary of the subject property. The road shall include curb and gutter and sidewalks as approved by the Roswell Department of Transportation. Sidewalks are required on both sides of eaves circle. Obviously, for any road being created that's necessary for the development, those of course are required to be built under the Roswell requirements. But in the spirit of working with the developer, I would like to suggest and offer that we remove that. And again, if as the applicant goes back and looks at it, you said that was a major concern. I'm hoping that addresses it and creates a great development that will be built with RS30. And if there's any other needs or anything else that would be helpful, that I think without a doubt this city does always want to work with the developers and always create a win-win development, and certainly hope the developer will make a great profit off something that though is not negatively impacting the residents of Roswell.
Councilmember Palermo, just for clarity, for the rest of the council, you are going to recommend, make a motion to deny this request, correct? And you are just suggesting for language. You're not suggesting anything to happen on the dais this evening, other than making a motion to deny this request.
No, actually, my intent, and I'd ask Mr. Davidson for suggestions on the language, but my intent is to have a motion that both denies the request to RS12 and removes the requirement 1 with staff's recommendation on language around it, because
I'm going to highly recommend, Councilman, that you just deal with the matter at hand, and that if you want to work with the developer after the fact, if this is denied, rather than making ordinances or action on the dais that will confuse the council and the applicant as well as the residents.
So I'd say I'm not comfortable with leaving this item. The applicant has expressed that being a key concern. I've also heard concerns from the residents on this road being built. So that's where I have a concern with denying this and leaving that one.
All right. With that being said, with that being said, it's 9:25, and I apologize. Being the old guy in the room, I got to take a 10-minute recess, so I apologize. We'll be back at 9:35. I apologize.
Thank you.
Time we do a recess. When we get through, we'll get through tonight. I don't know what this, y'all will be, we've got several items, and then we'll go to something closer. And we'll literally get done about 2 or 3 o'clock this morning. And I kid you not. And the council will be critical of me when we get to closure, like, why didn't you get the recess back quicker? Now, just as case in point, you saw who was up here first.
You saw who always asked for the recess, Mayor.
Exactly. All right. So, Michael, I'm coming back to you because I know you're right in the middle of some distinguishing items.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I am not comfortable supporting rezoning, as in I think the 2016 zoning as it's.
Will you turn your mic on?
That's where the light was on. It was on. Okay. So thank you. As I mentioned, I am not comfortable or supportive rezoning this from RS30. I think RS30 is consistent, clearly has the economic value, and that is, and I would think that's probably shared given that's how it was purchased as well. But along with my denial on that request, I would like to support deleting the first condition from the 2016 zoning, which was requiring to build Eve Circle all the way down. That was what the applicant's attorney had suggested as the major concern, that an issue that they had, and Roswell certainly always does want to work with anyone and everyone, and certainly working with our developers. So interested in removing that. There was another thing that staff had brought up, and refreshing my memory from 2016, is that actually item number 4, the owner/developer shall provide a 14-foot access easement connection from a public road to the adjacent River Terrace subdivision cul-de-sac. So it was, with staff reminding me of it, it was my memory that was actually not a popular one. That was not one that the public and the residents really wanted from either neighborhood, in which case certainly want to discuss with this council the potential of removing that one as well. And so basically, those would be the 3 aspects of my motion tonight, and definitely looking forward to doing this all together and not needing to delay and push out is my preference. So that's where we left off. Certainly want to hear from the applicant on their on just any questions they might have or thoughts they might have on it.
In reference to your comments there.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Ms. Sellers?
Thank you, Mayor. We just, if this was a RS30 zoning with no conditions, it is likely that I would not be here. So, I think that it really is the conditions that have layered on this extra burden for the development of this property. We think the RS12 would be great. We also hear concerns and know that that's probably not going to happen. And so with the RS30, with the current entitlements, there are 6 conditions. The first one is the most problematic. That required that paving of Eves Road, which required the retaining wall and all of that we talked about. The 4th condition was that 14-foot access easement into River Terrace. There was significant opposition to that previously. The other condition that I would also point out, just when we're looking at the ability to use this property, the 6th condition from 2016 required a 40-foot buffer. So if this was zoned, typically if you have a zoning that would have kind of incompatible zoning, then having a 40-foot buffer makes sense. If we are going to have to develop the property under the RS30 zoning, the other RS30 zonings in the area do not have an extra 40-foot buffer layered on top of it. And so we would suggest that the removal of conditions 1, 4, and 6 would allow this property to be treated similar to other RS30 properties in the area. And that would make a much more reasonably economic use of the property versus the current entitlements that do have these three conditions that are very impactful in how you can use your property and certainly different than the other properties that are similarly zoned in the area. So those would be our requests. I think that it certainly can be a motion to, deny our request with certain conditions and remove the certain conditions so that the development can move forward in a manner that I think would address a lot of the concerns that you heard expressed by the residents tonight.
Thanks, Ms. Seller. Councilmember Vanstrom.
Did you just say that you would consider RS 30?
Yes. What I am suggesting, to be clear, so that my client is making sure I'm doing my job, our request would be the RS 12. We also recognize from what we have heard tonight in what it sounds like, at least among some council members, there's a recognition that a lot of what the residents are concerned about is that increasing the paving, that's also problematic for us. And so if a RS 30 stays in place, we would suggest the removal of conditions 1, 4, and 6 would allow for a more reasonable development of this property. And it would be more similarly situated with the other RS 30 properties.
Thank you. Councilmember Beeson, despite the protestations of Councilmember Palermo, I'm going to give you the floor.
Actually, I'm going to be kicking the ball back to him, so get ready. Personally, I'm willing to entertain the changes to these conditions. However, and that includes making sure that Eve's Circle remains as it currently is in its state. The removal, which I believe Councilmember Palermo actually introduced, the removal of number 1. The removal of number 4, which is the owner-developer should provide a 14-foot access easement connection from a public road to the adjacent River Terrace subdivision cul-de-sac. And my concern, though, is number 6, not in that we're reducing this 40-foot undisturbed tree-safe buffer, but more so that we're addressing the specimen trees scenario, which is not currently addressed in these conditions. So since Councilmember Palermo is the one making the motions, I will be turning it back over to Councilmember Palermo to see what he's willing to entertain with that.
Sarah, can you just give me some clarity on what exactly you're asking?
Line item number 6, there shall be a 40-foot undisturbed tree-safe buffer along the perimeter of the property abutting River Terrace subdivision as one of the current conditions as zoned under RS 30, which is what the applicant has asked for removal. My concern is the advanced growth or specimen trees, the big trees on the property, making sure that we're avoiding that clear-cut scenario that was presented in Wind Fair previously. So I'm kicking it back to the person who's making the motion, the council member making the motion, as to how he wants to entertain that.
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson. Thanks for that clarity. Michael, would you like to comment on that, sir?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I am supportive tonight of removing condition number 1. Which is the Eves Road, the Eves Circle going all the way down. I am supportive of removing condition number 4, which is that 14-foot access easement. I'd say I'm hesitant and not ready to support removing the 40-foot undisturbed tree safe buffer tonight. And the thing is, when comparing to other RS 30, when it's rezoned, it would be required to have a site plan that's presented. And so far, there's not been an RS 30 site plan. So what I'd encourage, and again, I believe our city always works with developers, our city always works with the community, and our city's always looking for a win-win for everybody. And with that, what I'd prefer to see is an RS 30 plan. And then with that, the discussion of if the undisturbed tree safe buffer should be reduced, because perhaps there could be great benefits, reasons, et cetera. It's just, again, if we want to talk about leveling the playing field, when someone rezones, they are required to have a site plan, and yet this is a property that was zoned RS 30 without a site plan. So that's what I'd want to see, is tonight, removal of just 1 and 4, and certainly encourage the applicant to consider a site plan change request in the future once the council and the community can really see a plan on what that is.
Ms. Sellers, would you like to address that at all?
I think I understand where Councilman Palermo's coming from. I
Very
don't
good.
want to
You don't want to-
officially be on the record saying I support or oppose that, but
Understood.
I understood his comments.
Understood. Thank you so much. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, and thank you for your nice presentation. And thank you, Councilmember Palermo, for just really breaking this down. And I just support where you're going with this. It's the right thing to do, and it's compliant with our comp plan. I was on the 2040 comp plan committee, and part of the vision of our comp plan, whether it's suburban residential or neighborhood residential, which this area is both, and just really on the edge and contains both suburban residential and neighborhood residential. Part of the vision is opportunities for infill and redevelopment are limited, which we recognize that, but should be realized with the commitment to preserving the existing scale and character. And the existing scale and character is that of Greyhawk and Windfair. So I will be supporting council members' motion tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. All right, any other further comments or questions? Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with what's been said here on the dais. I want this to remain RS 30 without a doubt. I'm delighted to hear all sides and all comments, but Mr. Wright mentioned consistency and character, and I appreciate that. I feel like this is a very established area. I know Windfair is newer, but the idea, I'm concerned about that number 6, removing that 40-foot undisturbed tree save buffer. That concerns me just for the look and the feel of what Roswell is all about, and that's a neighborhood, and a neighborhood has trees, and you have some separation between your neighbors, and I think that's something that draws people to live here. It's a sense of community, and I find that very important. I can live with 1 and 4 being removed off of that, but I'm not in support of moving this to RS 12.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Councilmember Palermo, do you have a motion, sir?
Motion to deny RZ 202-15421, 8800 Eve Circle, which is the request to rezone from RS 30 to RS 12. And as a part of that motion, I want to include in the motion to remove the 2016 condition number 1, which was the owner developer shall build Eve Circle all the way to the southernmost boundary of the subject property. The road shall include curb and gutter, sidewalks approved by the Roswell Department of Transportation. Sidewalks are required on both sides of Eve Circle. So we will be striking this from the condition on it. I want to confirm with staff that by doing that, the roads that are needed, they will still be required to build up to Roswell standards. I'm seeing nodding yes from staff. Also, as a part of this condition, a part of this motion, is to strike condition number 4 attached to this 2016 rezoning, which is the owner/developer shall provide a 14-foot access easement connection from a public road to the adjacent River Terrace subdivision cul-de-sac. So that will just be removed as well. That is my final complete motion. As mentioned, certainly the applicant, once following Roswell's rules of providing a site plan, they certainly can be requesting for a site plan change for any other conditions they'd like at that future time.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hall. All those in favor of the motion at hand, please raise your hands. Motion passes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
The irony is, I think actually most people here, Mayor, are for later on, where for commercial developments and larger developments, we're increasing the green space. It was just by coincidence, I think a lot of them got to see this.
I'm sure you guys aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Palermo, will you read the next community development item, please?
Item number 4, CU 2022-5118, CV 2022-5116, 615 Meadow Glen Trail, Carriage House. Ms. Martin?
Should I wait just one moment?
No, keep going.
Okay. Okay, 615 Meadow Glen Trail. This is a conditional use request for a carriage house with a concurrent variance request to increase the conditioned space. You can see the properties here at the end of Meadow Glen Trail. Here is the zoning, RS30, single-family estate. Here's the future land use map, suburban residential. Here's the site plan. The site plan meets the setbacks. It meets all standards for a carriage house with the exception of the conditioned space, and they are asking for a concurrent variance for that. It is 64 square feet over the maximum allowed. As we said, it's on a private drive. There's an existing single-family house. There is a 336 square foot attached garage. There will be 1,440 square feet of driveway extended to reach the carriage house. It's 52 feet from the main house and 15 feet from the southern property line. The Planning Commission recommendation was approval. They said that at their February 21st, 2023 hearing. Staff recommendation is approval of the conditional use and concurrent variance request with one condition. Number 1, combination plat must be recorded prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit. The applicant is here tonight. She's still here. She started with us at 7. Do you have any questions?
Council have any questions or comments for Julie? Councilmember Palermo.
I have one question for the applicant. I sure a lot fewer questions than the previous item. My question is, does the applicant have any concern with this staff recommendation?
Hi, I'm Kristen Sharma, and I live at 615 Meadow Glen Trail. And no, we do not have any concern with this, and we understand the reasoning behind it, and we have already begun pursuing and should have that documentation done for a combination plat. We should have that on Friday to be prepared to submit that to the city of Roswell.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thanks, Kristen. Welcome, by the way. Before we ask any more questions, do you have any presentation for us?
No, sir.
Okay, good. All right. Councilmember, I saw somebody had a question. Nope. Any other thoughts, questions, or comments for Kristen? Any other thoughts, comments, or questions by council at all? All right, very good. So, Councilmember Palermo, do you have a motion?
Did we get any the public have a chance?
I'm sorry. Forgive me, Roswell residents. Would any Roswell residents like to comment on the matter at hand? Thank you so much. I bring it back to council. Michael, you look like you're urgent to go.
Motion to approve item number 4, both the CU 2022-5118 and CV 2022-5116.
Thanks so much, Michael. Is there a motion's been made on the floor? Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Beeson. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilman Palermo, will you read the next community development item?
Item number 5, approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code, Article 2, Section 2.2.6, to add redevelopment and to change the percentage of landscape open space in Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6 for the following building type: townhomes, walk-up flat, stack flat, commercial house, single-story shop front, mixed-use building, general building, and civic building, and modifying Article 11, streets and public improvements. This is the first reading.
Thank you, Councilman Palermo. City Attorney Davidson, would you read the ordinance, please, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 2, Rules of Interpretation, Section 2.2, Rules applicable to all districts, and Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6 regarding landscape open space, and Article 11, Streets and Public Improvements. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 2, Rules of Interpretation, Section 2.2, Rules applicable to all districts, Article 3, Residential Districts, Article 4, Corridor Nodes, districts. Article 5, downtown historic districts. Article 6, employment districts. And Article 11, streets and public improvements of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the first reading.
Thank you, David. Lenore, welcome.
Good evening.
You have a presentation for us.
I do, yes, sir. Just to remind you, this is the same text that was initiated back in January by Mayor and Council. Just to give you a reminder that the first change recommended is in section 2.2.6, letter A, which defines landscape open space. It does include the insertion of the word natural, as shown on the screen, and the deletion of ornamental objects such as fountains, statues, and other similar natural and man-made objects. The second section is to add letter C, which does not currently exist in the code regarding redevelopment. They would read redevelopment that does not meet the minimum landscape open space percent requirements shall maintain their current percent of landscape open space as the required minimum percent. And then the percents that are being referred to are in Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6, specifically 3.2.1 is residential, 4.3.1 is corridors and nodes, 5.3.1 is downtown, and then the 6.3.1 are the employment districts. And so for the various building types that are shown on the screen now, townhouse, walk-up flat, stacked flat, commercial house, single-story shopfront, mixed-use building, general building, and civic building, the recommendation is to increase the previously listed percentages of landscape open space by 20%. So if the original number was 10, it would go to 30, 20 to 40, et cetera. And so the red numbers that are shown on the screen are the proposed numbers for these building types in those zoning classifications. In addition, letter A in 11.2.6, this is a separate article. There is a reference to common open space, and so letter A would be revised to remove RTH, and so it would be common open space would be required in lots of 10, subdivisions of 10 lots or more if they are zoned RS9, 6, or 4. This is just for consistency. In other zoning classification, townhomes have landscape open space, but in this particular, in the residential, they actually have common open space instead of landscape open space. So the way the numbers show up in the master table is that they have two different definitions depending on which character you're looking at. So for consistency, that was the recommendation, was to remove that. So the percentages basically stay the same. It's just that they are defined as landscape open space rather than common open space for townhomes only. The residential lots would maintain the common open space. Planning Commission recommended approval, but they did have some additional recommendations. Specifically, they wanted to delete letter C that has been currently proposed, and that is the redevelopment statement. So they want to strike that and not include it. And then under 3.2.9, the change I just described, they preferred to leave it. So right now, as I mentioned, townhouses under Article 3 refer to common open space, which is subject to the Article 11 statement that we were reading. They would like that to remain. My understanding is that they actually preferred a lot of the definition of common open space, which is broader. It refers to wetlands and waterways. Landscape open space does include that. They just like the terminology, is my understanding. I don't know whether or not there's other information you want on that, but that was the feeling, was to keep that the way that it was. The percentages would still change. It's just that it would be referred to as common open space. The next is similar to this. This is, it says item 30 in the agenda packet, the ordinance that's there in front of you. There, each one of the paragraphs is numbered. So this is the same thing where the common open space would be modified, and we would not delete the RTH. It would stay as it is today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Lenore. Council, have any comments or questions for Lenore? Councilmember Hall, sorry. Christine.
Thank you. I just have a question. In the common open space and landscape open space, so when we're talking about common open space, is that contiguous?
There are some requirements for the percentage of it being contiguous. I'm going to grab the book so I can make sure I tell you specifically what that is. There are some requirements for that to be the case. It doesn't have to be all of it, but there are some requirements.
And as we're discussing landscape open space, that is not contiguous, those percentages.
I will verify that for you. At the same time, I look up the other one because they're together.
justifying question, Christine. It is. I think I know the intent.
There is not any definition of it being contiguous, other than that landscape open space must be set aside permanently as common open space and may not contain any buildings, parking lots, streets, or alleys. And then, let me confirm, it's only an 11, okay. That's Article 2, Article 11. Okay, that does not require anything, but there's so there does not appear to be any statement regarding how much of it has to be contiguous. However, there is a reference to access, and that it must be, the required common open space must be directly accessible to the largest practical number of lots within the subdivision, which has the potential to make it contiguous because it's got to be along as many lots as possible. But there is no specific requirement on a percentage or area for it to be contiguous.
Christine, do you have a follow-up?
I do. So just to follow up, if we were to eliminate the common open space and just have landscape open space, that might create some confusion in these projects?
It actually simplifies things because it puts townhouses into the same category across the board. Right now, basically, in residential districts, the townhouse is treated more like a single-family lot, and so common open space is referred to. In every other zoning classification, it's treated more like a commercial development. And so the conversations that we had was to have the townhomes, multifamily, and all of the commercial developments have a similar treatment to them, whereas single-family standalone lots would have the common open space.
And then how do you deal with the phasing?
There are requirements for phasing. If there is phasing, the amount has to be accomplished in each phase. So for example, if there's a percent of 20% that's required, each phase would have to have that same 20%, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Councilmember Beeson?
Okay, walk me through. So this has evolved a little bit since the last time that we saw it on council in regards to redevelopment. Previously, redevelopment, it's my understanding, nod, shake your head, I could be wrong. If redevelopment was one of the parcels that was being included in this, it was going to have to be, the landscape had to meet the previous requirements of whatever was currently on that property. Is that correct?
I'm not entirely. So the wording has been the same since we initiated it in January and also what came to committee. And that is that today, if the requirement were 20%, but for some reason they only have 15, then they would only be required to meet the 15 in a redevelopment situation. And redevelopment is very specifically defined in the code that it means something has been there before. So you can't have a property that's never been built on be classified as redevelopment. But that would be, and as these numbers go up, today it might be in compliance. Let's say it does have 20% and 20% is the number today. If they want to redevelop in the future, the new number is 40%. The 20% would be the number that they would maintain in that future redevelopment.
So that's still the case with the letter C, the redevelopment that does not meet the minimum landscape open space percent requirements. Let's say that it's 40% is what we're currently moving to. If it does not meet, it's currently at 20%. Correct. Do you pick the 40 or you pick the 20?
You would get the 20. They could do more, but they would only be required to maintain the 20 they have today.
Got it. And that's based off of how it's currently written, not if we include Planning Commission's recommendations. Is that correct?
Because Planning Commission's recommendation was to not include paragraph C.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. This one, I think, is this item is a very important one. I think it's going to be one of the most impactful things we've done. I think in at least 12 months when it comes to future development, and it's because I think we hear so much from Roswell residents of really not liking how intense some of the new developments get and how urban and how urbanized everything looks a lot of the time when new things are being built. And this is a way that really we are going to be creating more, less intensity and more open space, which I think will help the character for the city of Roswell. That being said, I think the Planning Commission did really a great job of coming up with some great points here, and certainly ones I want to look at incorporating, but with some adjustments. So my intent and my reactions are, so I am concerned with deleting this, because I do think it is important that we're very focused and supportive and incentivizing the fact that we do have some very blighted properties, and really wanting to make sure that those fully developed properties, that we're trying to really target them. And so I have concern with fully deleting this one. That being said, I do think we should update the language from currently. And the reason being is because with the current language, if there's a property that is 100% developed and has no open space today, so it's 100% concrete, then their new development could be 100% concrete. And so I think Planning Commission has done a great job of really wanting to address this item. What I'd like us to do something along the lines of when it does not meet the minimum landscape open space percent requirements, then they shall maintain the greater of their current percent of landscape open space, or, so basically the greater, it's gonna be the greater between that, and I think we need to have a floor. Can we go back to the screen that shows right here? So Eileen, this is just the first reading. Obviously, it could be updated between the first reading and the second reading. I lean towards, as looking at, a lot of the different percentages, I think we have a floor, I think we should have a floor of at least 10%. Perhaps it should be as high as 15%. But again, I'm not comfortable in completely deleting it, and I'm certainly not comfortable in leaving it as is. So that's one thing I'd love to discuss with this council, on just basically that logic and what that percentage number should be. So that was my first comment. Second comment is regarding feedback from Planning Commission as well as Councilmember Hall's comments. So regarding the staff's recommendation was, just based on the intent of really maximizing green space, or maximizing open space within our city, was to remove the common space requirement for townhomes. And that's where I'd say I certainly agree with Planning Commission's points and recommendation around it. Again, I don't want to delete it, because I think it is important that we're increasing the landscape open space requirement, but I think it's also important that for townhomes, we are having common space for the exact questions that Councilmember Hall had. So my initial thought process would be something along the lines of having the 40% as required, but also having a required of that 40%, 20% of it has to be common. That's an example of how to address it. Another way to address it could just be 40% common space, but I'm flexible on either of those two approaches. I am not supportive of deleting the item number 30, because again, I think it is important that townhomes do have that increased percentage, just like other high-intensity uses have it. So I think the update to item 2 would probably address that. But then here's my concern that I want to understand from staff. So let's just say there's a property owner, and this property owner owns land that's currently developed, but let's say it's currently developed where 50% of it is open space. And let's just say for ease, 50% of it is purely grass, 50% of it is a building. And so it's my understanding from everything staff's discussed at the committee initiation, first reading, Planning Commission here, everything that's been discussed is you would say, well, that currently has 50% open landscape space. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, sir.
So I guess my concern is what if that landowner is saying, no, this building was built 100 years ago, and And long before there was any concept of landscape, open space, or anything like that, you don't know that it's 50%, it's not tracked, and they're saying, nope, I know you're telling me you see grass, you see a building, but this has zero open landscape space, so I'm entitled to be able to go into that minimum amount. Help me understand how that would be addressed. I'm saying, you know what, even though I know it's 50% grass, you don't know it's 50% grass. How is that being handled? How is that situation being handled?
Excellent question. Give me 1 second to look at a couple of things before I answer that. For an applicant to justify what they have under their existing development, typically we'd require a survey as a part of whatever proposal they're going to come in with, and that survey is required to indicate the built environment and then the unbuilt, wooded area, grass, gravel, whatever that material is. And the definition of landscape open space does include grass lawns, it does include wooded areas and water courses. So if we were to get a survey that says there's 25,000 square feet of a building and 25,000 square feet of parking, and that's half of the 100,000 square foot lot, and the rest of it is grass and wooded area, then they would be at 50% currently landscape open space. However, let's assume that they've got a general building type and they're working under the new code, they could, depending on their zoning classification, they can drop down to 30 to 35%. So that they are not necessarily getting any benefit from their existing development. It's really only going to benefit those older projects that there were probably not landscape open space requirements at the time, and over the years have turned into, as you described, 90, 100% impervious surface, which is not going to be classified as landscape open space.
Thank you.
I do have a question about one of your points, if I may, Mayor.
You don't get to ask any questions. You just got to stay right there. Come on. Yeah, Lenore, what you got for us?
Of course it. Your comment about the common open space for the townhouses and having a split. So today, the landscape open space is required to be set aside as common open space on all developments. I'm not quite honestly sure why we have a difference between landscape open space and common open space, other than the fact that we want to have those, and they essentially have the same definition. The difference is that there are contents of what can go in landscape open space in the definition, but then when you go to common open space, it discusses what you're permitted to do as a use within those. And so there's some different terminologies and definitions being used there. And so all landscape open space has to be shown and basically platted as common open space in the legal documentation when they do a plan. So I'm not sure how we'll document the landscape at 20% and a common at 20%. I want to make sure we have a way to be able to correctly enforce that.
So let me talk about the intent, just to see if you think there's a different way to approach it. I guess the concern is in meeting the 40%, we don't want to have a potential development that the 40% is, just a ton of landscape islands in a parking lot. And just because that's not, if there's there ends up being 1,000 mini landscape islands, that's not going to be a chance for people to actually congregate. And so that was kind of the thought process behind it. And so I guess just help, so because it was my understanding that the 20% did have some different aspects that the open space did not.
I can tell you what those differences are if that would help.
That'd be very helpful.
And there may be.
That'd be great.
I think in the case, you really need to pick one or the other. However, with the requirements, there is access requirements, but it's not necessarily that it has to touch every lot. So if there is a public walkway that goes to that common space and every parcel has access to walk to it, they've complied with that. So there are ways that they can do that, but it also could be contiguous. So if you want to have a situation where you have 40%, but you want 10 or 20 or whatever number you choose to be, of that to be contiguous, that's one way to make sure you've got more of a larger area as opposed to these smaller tree island type things. The other difference, which landscape open space does not include, is permitted uses. And so the permitted uses of common open space include the following the list of 5 things: conservation areas for natural, archaeological, or historical resources, meadows, woodlands, wetlands, wildlife corridors, or similar conservation-oriented areas, pedestrian or multipurpose trails and passive recreation, agriculture, horticulture, silviculture, or pasture uses, provided that all applicable best management practices are used to minimize environmental impacts, and easements for underground drainage, easements for access, and easements for underground utility lines, all of which may have grass, limited landscaping, depending on what you're doing. The next thing that I think is very important to consider is that for common open space, there is a cap that you cannot have any more than 15% of that common open space be an impervious surface. So that's a bit of a difference between the two. There's some other, and again, it's uses, not necessarily, it comes out as description of what the land looks like, but it's listed as uses, and then there's the impervious surface area. So there's a way that you could, if you feel more comfortable with those definitions, then leaving common open space for the townhomes would probably be the appropriate thing, just keeping the percentage. What our recommendation would be is to make that across the board. Today, it's split in RTH, RM2, and RN3. It's listed as common open space, but in all of the corridor nodes or downtown where townhouses are allowed, it's listed as landscape open space. So whichever you choose to be the appropriate one for RTH, we need to make sure that it's across the board for consistency, so that it's applied the same way no matter where that townhome development comes in.
And that's where, as you read the definitions, I think I do prefer the landscape open space definition. It's just really wanting to make sure that it's not going to be all separated islands, and figuring out if there's a good recommendation. on how to
A
address that.
minimum contiguous percentage
Yep.
would be a way that you could do that, and it would apply to everybody.
Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard in fantastic detail why the UDC is going to be radically reformed this year and simplified and made user-friendly, because other than Lenore, Jackie, and Michael,
Look in front of me.
and a few other people who have gotten into some small pieces of it, everybody else's eyes are swirling around in their head, wondering what exactly just got accomplished in the best interest of the city of Roswell. So I'm sure there's some more enlightening comments that want to be made by council on this particular subject at this time. Be it that they're not. Councilmember Vanstrom. Councilmember, Peter, you got it? Yeah.
Yeah, I just like to very early on, when Councilman Palermo first started talking, he did mention the redevelopment and setting a cap, that percentage cap of where we want to make sure that we do have some green space even in redevelopment. I just want to reiterate what he was insinuating is redevelopment is very difficult in this city. Very, very difficult, very challenging. There's a lot of grandfathered zoning issues that are sitting there keeping people from redeveloping every day as we get to try to encourage them to do so. So I would really like to see that cap at a 15 that allows for some negotiation and gives us some area for discussion. Maybe it's on height. Maybe it's on a really cool rooftop restaurant that gets included. Just something that gives us a little leeway in negotiations. So I just like to make that point without carrying on much longer.
15 kind of is a baseline. Right, Peter? 15 is a baseline? Yes, sir. Councilmember Palermo.
And to Councilman Vanstrom's point, and I know I'm sure the mayor sees the opportunity as well, which is both. So if 15% ends up being that minimum, that baseline, absolutely, that there could always be a variance on that this mayor and council could always grant. And same thing on the upper end as well. So any of these percentages as well, mayor and council could always grant a variance. So these are just the baseline expectations, and developers always have the right to request if they feel there's good justification for the people of Roswell on why they should get a variance.
So just to be clear, you're talking about on a redevelopment, the minimum that you're suggesting is 15% on a redevelopment project, correct? Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? All right, Michael, do you have a motion, sir?
Public comment?
Oh, forgive me, public, I am so sorry. Would any Roswell residents like to comment on this matter at hand?
As a reminder, it is a first reading too, so I know all these people will be eager to come to the second reading. and
They'll be coming in
comment.
droves.
Yes.
This is a first reading. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to council with no further objection. Councilmember Beeson.
Before we go to the motion, just real quick, I want to clarify. It's the same point that I previously made during committee when we had the initial reading, as well as during the initiation. I fully understand what Mayor and Council is trying to accomplish with this, and that we are concerned about conservation areas or green space or tree canopy within the city. My hesitations with this text amendment lie in the fact that I don't think that we're truly solving for what we're trying to accomplish, which is the environmental components. What I mean by that is the same proposal that I initially made during committee, which was I would much prefer to take the route that City of Woodstock had made, and there's other cities that have done something similar, which is you could set something like this as the baseline. However, if the developer is able to exceed what we currently require at a minimum for, say, specimen tree coverage or tree canopy, they can earn some points back on the percentage or some variances on the points back, decreasing the impermeable surfaces, say for instance with parking lots, they would be able to earn some wiggle room in those percentages, LEED certification for the building. Because to me, just having landscape space is not inherently environmentally friendly. And what I mean by that is landscaping still requires some strain on the environment. You still have to use herbicides and pesticides to manage your landscape space. You still have to use a lot of water to manage your landscape space. It doesn't mean that it's inherently natural or environmentally friendly. So that is my hesitation in this text amendment, and which is why I oppose it. Kick it back to you.
Thank you, Sarah. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. If this text amendment passes, then it will make it so that future development is less intense and feels less urban. It will create the opportunity for open space, which can be enjoyed by new people that will come to enjoy these new buildings, as well as the current residents who don't have to see Roswell changing with such increased intense development. That being said, I absolutely fully support anything additional we can do from an environmental standpoint, and absolutely will support giving credit to a development that is going to be, for example, LEED certified, et cetera. So I am 100% on board for that. That being said, what I will not do is slow down really some conservation of space and reducing the intensity of future development. So I'm supporting this tonight. I certainly look forward to hearing from the public if there's any ways to even improve it further at the second reading, and absolutely look forward to hopefully being able to add, whether it's in this part or other parts of our code, different environmental incentives.
So to your point, Michael, I think it's well said, is that, hey, this is a starting point based upon where we're at. Let's get to 15% as a baseline. I think, Sarah, there's probably a great agreement that there need to be other factors brought into play, and I think everybody would share that. And I think that we need to do that as a city, and let's do that as we rewrite this code this year and put in some things that are common sense. They're wanting to achieve the objectives that you're talking about, which is really what we're after. But well noted. So, Councilmember, any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Councilmember Hall.
Clarifying question. I know Councilmember Palermo is getting ready to make a motion. Are you going to include the definition of resident or the common open space across the board?
Based on staff's feedback, actually what I wanted to do, I was thinking it would make sense that under the landscape open space, which is a part of this, adding a definition that 50% of it is required to be contiguous. And does
50?
Yes, 50.
Yes, ma'am. Did you want to come up here right in the middle of the motion? Come on up. You got something to say. We're glad to hear from you.
It's just a little thing. I didn't know if what Ms. Beeson
was commenting on could be included in what the percentages are. So the language of being environmentally friendly somehow be incorporated into your 50%, 40%. And I don't like 15%. I go for the 40.
Great question.
If you got 40, you just lost Sarah, so you may not. No, I'm kidding.
What I'd like to, what I would actually like to do is as a part of the motion, so not in here because this is a true text amendment, this is truly updating an ordinance, and instead that's a discussion that really should be had at committee. But as a part of this, I would like to schedule, so we're March 13th, that might be a fast turnaround for staff if we did this month. I'm thinking in April.
So we'll have an item on committee later this month to talk about the UDC. And one of the recommendations, this could be tied to that if you would like.
Yes, so I would like, so this
Can
is
I
a
ask you
key
a
part
question of
that I definitely want to have at the
clarification?
committee.
The UDC stuff, are we talking about like real UDC work, or are we talking about trifling UDC work?
As real as we can make it for you,
Okay,
sir.
very good.
So to answer the question is because we'd have to go through really what should those requirements be and what should those percentages be. That's a discussion we want to make sure we have at committee and move through the full process. But I'd say, so what I'm hearing is that's a discussion we can have. We don't have to wait till the April ComDev. We can do it in the March ComDev.
Correct, because what we could recommend is that actually, another item this evening will be to bring a variance to landscape open space, for example, would be to mayor and council. Well, all we have to do is write a policy to determine what those percentages are that are a requirement for your application. To make an application, here's a policy you follow, which doesn't have to necessarily go through the formal codification process, and then you guys have control over that number. It still has an approval process, but it's a slightly different way to go about doing it, so you have that control and can generate those numbers as a part of the application process.
Sounds great. And I do want to just stress as well, I'm really proud the city of Roswell with the LEED certifications that we've earned and seen as a green city. And in fact, actually, there was a development where a developer was asking for something extra, and basically a part of the condition was they were required, and I was the one that made the motion, they were required to increase the environmental sustainability of the project, and that was something they agreed to in order to be getting what they were requesting. So we have the precedent for it. I think will be a great update to the code. But without a doubt, this on its own makes our code better, makes future development better, and I'm certainly proud to move this forward tonight. Going back to the 50% piece, though, what I think we can certainly change it for the second reading, but for the first reading, that 50% contiguous requirement, I think that should be for townhomes to make it aligned with how the townhomes currently are with their required open space. And then, so of course, if this council preferred the second reading, we could always change it to be for everything. But I'd suggest that currently the contiguous requirement in landscape open space definition is specific to townhomes unless staff has concerns or disagreement around that.
Sense?
Okay, so you guys, Mike's going to make a motion here in a second. You guys ready to write it down and got it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Councilmember Palermo,
So
would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion. So I motion to approve this first reading with the following updates. So update item UDC section 2.2.6, letter C. And so that will be redevelopment that does not meet the minimum landscape open space percent requirements shall maintain the greater of their current percent of landscape open space and 15%. And so I'd ask legal and staff to certainly word that in the way that you see as a wordsmith that a little bit, but that is, hopefully that intent is clear.
It is. May I read it back to you really quickly?
Sure.
The redevelopment that does not meet the minimum landscape open space percent requirements shall meet either the greater of their current percentage of landscape open space as the required or 15%. I would say or instead of and, since it's one or the other.
That makes sense. I don't like the word either though, because I kind of like just the greater of.
So the greater of their current percent of landscape open space or 15% as the required 100%.
Wait a minute. No, it's the greater of. Is the greater, yeah. Yep, so that's update number one.
Okay.
Update number two is that under the landscape open space definition, that the final sentence we're adding is that and I'm trying to think of the exact words within the UDC, but basically the townhome zoning type or building type must have a minimum of 50% of the required landscape open space percentage must be contiguous.
And any other items? I see.
Those would be the items, because I believe that addresses the concern around not having it contiguous, and removing the common space. And then, yep. I believe that is it. Obviously, certainly open to any comments and updates for second reading next meeting.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Palmer. There's a motion on the floor. Is it seconded? Seconded by Councilmember Hall. Does everyone have clarity and understanding of the motion on the floor? All right, Council, very good. So there's been a motion made by Councilmember Palermo, seconded by Councilmember Hall. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, please raise your hands. The motion carries 5-1. Thank you very much, and for the first reading. All right, Councilmember Palermo, let's see if you got anything else. Yes, you do.
So unless there's any persuasive comments from the audience, I'm going to motion to defer the text amendment to the UDC regarding section 10.2.10, screening walls and fences.
I think that's a brilliant move. A motion has been made, and it has been seconded by Councilmember Vanstrom. All in favor of deferring this particular motion, please raise your hands. Motion's deferred. Thank you very much. All right, that takes us to
Item number 7.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Palermo.
Approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding section 2.2.19, residential garage parking, letter C, townhouse, letter D, administrative alternative finding, and articles 3, 4, 5, and 6 regarding the number of units permitted in a row for townhomes.
City Attorney Davidson, would you please read the ordinance, sir?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 2, Rules of Interpretation, Article 3, Residential Districts, Article 4, Corridor Nodes Districts, Article 5, Downtown Historic Districts, and Article 6, Employment Districts. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 2, Rules of Interpretation, Section 2.2.19, Residential Garage Parking, Article 3, Residential Districts, Section 3.2.9, Townhouse, Article 4, Corridor Nodes Districts, Section 4.3.5, Townhouse, Article 5, Downtown Historic Districts, Section 5.3.7, Townhouse, and Article 6, Employment Districts, Section 6.3.2, Townhouse of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference and if approved. This is the first reading.
Thank you, City Attorney Davidson. Jackie, would you please explain the item?
Well, we do want to question about the last one. You deferred offense to
April Community Development Council meeting.
April committee,
No.
April Community Development Council meeting.
Yes, the fences.
April 10th?
Yes. So I
That's
defer that
what
to
we
the
wanted to
April
know.
10th council meeting.
That wasn't clear. Thank you.
Sorry, Jackie.
Oh, good. Okay, so this is the first reading of the text amendment. At committee, we discussed this to remove in section 2.2.19, letter C, townhouse, to be amended to remove the last sentence of this. Currently, it says for townhouses, garage placement must meet the following standards. Townhouses fronting a major street must be rear-loaded. Townhouses fronting a minor street may be rear-loaded or front-loaded. The proposed text amendment is to remove the last sentence as shown in red on your screen. Section 2.2.19, residential garage parking, letter C, townhouse number 2, front-loaded, is to be deleted in its entirety. As you can see in red on the screen, all of this that's currently in the code is proposed to be deleted. As is section 2.2.19, letter D, proposed to be deleted per the initiation and what was discussed at committee. And this portion is proposed to be added in section 3.2.9, townhouse number 2, placement. What was discussed at committee and move forward in initiation was to add the number of units permitted in any run row for townhomes to be a max of 4 units. This is being added in Article 4.3.5, townhouse, to be 4, 5.3.7, 4, and also in 6.3.2 to add the number 4 as a max for the number of townhome units in a row. The Planning Commission recommended denial of the proposed text amendment. However, they recommended proposed changes to the UDC to section 2.2.19 to include the minimum 20-foot between curb cuts to allow for street parking for residential townhomes. So what that is 20 feet between basically the driveway curb cuts so that people could park their cars on the street if need be, and have some room to do it. They also wanted to insert the following into the current code under UDC section 2.2.19, residential garage parking. Letter A, intent, to add the 4 items here. The intent of the residential garage options is to minimize the visual impact of the street-facing garage doors. Number 2, where garage doors can be seen from the street, measures should be taken to reduce the visual impact of the doors. Number 3, measures include garage doors, setback from the front wall plane, architectural treatments, translucent garage doors, single doors, projecting elements over the garage doors such as bay windows, and limits on the total number of doors that face the street. Intent included and continued. Number 4, where garage doors are located perpendicular to the street, measures should be taken to reduce the visual impact of the sidewall that faces the street. Measures should include architectural treatments, changes in material, landscaping, vegetation, or the installation of windows. They also wanted to add 2 items to UDC section 2.2.19, letter D, residential garage parking, the administrative alternative finding section, to include numbers 5 and 6. Meets is in accordance with and does not violate UDC section 2.2.20, and to combine the garage door width shall not exceed 60% of lot width when garage doors face the primary street front property line. And to show you a little bit of a better understanding of that, let me just go all the way down here, give you an example. Okay, I know it's very hard to read, but this is currently the UDC sections, and what they would be doing is adding letter A, intent. Letter B would be changing, letter A would change from applicability to letter B. B would change to C, sorry, thanks. And then, oh, here you go. Sorry. A, B, and C would change as indicated in code. This is what we have here. And then we'd move forward to go down here. Letter E, letter D would become letter E. Sorry, I did it that way. And then numbers 5 and 6, as they indicated, would be included in what would now become letter E, administrative alternative finding. You would add 5 and 6, which is meets is in accordance and does not violate 2.2.20, and the combined garage doors may not exceed 60% of the lot width when the garage doors face the primary street front property line. And I know it's difficult to read, but 2.2.20 is on the screen. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council, any comments, thoughts, or questions for Jackie? Very good. Oh, Councilmember Hall, sorry.
Jackie, I have a question. So if we just accepted the Planning Commission recommendation and basically left front-loaded in, would item A need to be changed to 60%?
So the 60% would be changed in item letter D, residential garage parking, an administrative alternative finding.
So 50% would stay.
Their request is to change the 50% to 60%.
Okay, so that item would have to be changed as well. Item A under number 2 in section 2.2.
Point 19.
19, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying
Under townhouse, number 2, front-loaded, paragraph A as an apple.
Yes, that would have, garage doors may constitute, yes, that would have to change as well to 60%.
Okay.
If you wanted to change that, I guess that'd be up to you, in order to meet the 60% that they've added down here.
Okay, thank you.
Don't have to. Well, go ahead and answer that.
I think the intent would to leave the 50%. The alternative compliance allows to go up to 60%. So there's a 10% variance. So 50 would still be the standard in what Planning Commission recommended. And then 60% would be the alternative that could be available if they followed that 1 through 6.
Thank you for that clarification.
Of course.
Trying to keep up with the UDC.
Yeah, exactly, of course. Any other comments, thoughts, or questions for council? Councilmember Palermo? This is fun for him. You could do this to 4 a.m.
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Yeah.
I won't make this mistake again. I won't do that.
So first of all, to clarify, so regarding Planning Commission's recommendations, so if 6 was not included, does that mean basically that staff would not be able to approve the greater than 50%, which is in the code?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, we would not be able to grant a variance to go up to 60% if basically what you said is if number 6 is not included in the recommendations, that would not allow, we would not be able to grant them up to 60%. That doesn't mean that the Board of Zoning Appeals, I'm right on that, would still have the option, somebody could file a variance request to the BZA. Staff wouldn't be able to do it.
And so, and with that, just so this council's aware, on that one, my preference is to not give a full 10% increase to staff, but just a 5% increase. So instead of going from 50 to 60, to go from 50 to 55. Just want to share that.
Just a question, why not just keep it at 50?
I think it could make sense to be 50. I'm just wanting to kind of compromise. Ultimately, I do think we should have rules in the code and they should be followed, and there shouldn't be the need for alternate findings and things like that. So so I support it being at 50%, and then I support just it being required they have to follow the 50% rule, because even when the UDC was being created, there was a lot of discussion around not just wanting to see just constant garages.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So with that, my initial thoughts, and certainly open to the discussion, is to have as written, but then also including Planning Commission's recommendation of the minimum 20 feet between curb cuts. So including that in the motion, and then including the updated intent, or the added intent, which is all those items. And I guess the discussion would be if 6 should be, from my motion standpoint, because I'm not going to motion with 60%, but if it should be 55%, or if it should just be no, that there's not an alternative, and that 50% is the maximum. So there's that, and then also, in addition to that, so of course.
What's the intent, Mike? Sorry, just let me, like 50, 55, or 60, what's your intent? Like, what are you trying to achieve?
So the intent, the reason why the code has 50% is so that you're not just seeing so much garage door.
Exactly.
And so that is what the attempt is. So it's just a matter of if there should be some type of compromise and alternative, or if no, we just follow the intent, which is we don't want more than half of the building being a garage door when you're staring at the front of it.
Peter, do you have different thoughts on that? Or is that,
I just, I don't know why we're changing it.
Yeah.
50 is fine.
exactly?
Yeah, okay.
I'm kind of curious, yeah.
Yeah, so that makes sense. So,
Sorry, Councilmember Hills raised her hand, and so,
Have you finished?
no, but he'll be back. I mean, he's going to dominate.
You'll be back. I'd like to reduce it to 0% because I'm not in favor of front-loaded townhomes. I don't want to see any garages on the front. We're talking about people's homes, where you come home to your front door or your side door, the idea of coming home to your garage door as your whole front yard, I'm not in favor of that. So there's that. I'm going to leave it at that for the moment.
Councilmember Palermo, the floor is back is yours.
So I think Councilmember Hill certainly has a reasonable point, and ultimately I'm looking for consensus. So I think with it, obviously I could support, as written, which was removing it. I can support including a lot of these. I mentioned the Planning Commission ones, excluding the giving staff up to that 60%, so not including that one. And then also, so we discussed a maximum, in here is a maximum of 4. And what I'd like it to be, because again, just as Planning Commission laid out with the intent, that the intent is you're not just seeing, all garage and it feels more walkable, et cetera. So the maximum of 4 being for rear loaded and it being 3 for front loaded. So that'd be an update. Also, this part's not an update, but a clarification. So we found out from the building code is that between buildings, basically there'd have to be 10 feet in between. And in order to hopefully make things more clear, more easy to understand, I would like us to add into one of these sections based on wherever staff would recommend that we do put somewhere in here, perhaps where we're mentioning the maximum of 4 for rear loaded, the maximum of 3 for front loaded, that there be a minimum of 10 feet between the different buildings. Does that make sense?
It's already in.
No, so it's in the building code though, so it's not in the actual zoning code.
It makes sense, but the setback requirements already included for the building type is already a minimum of 5, and then by code, the buildings have to be separated by the 5, or property line 5, to be able to meet fire code
So
requirements.
there's 5 feet from the property line, but then I would think between the 2 buildings, if you say 5 setback, that sounds unclear to me, where I would think you would need to say that there needs to be 10 feet between the
Both have
buildings.
to have 5, so it automatically adds to 10. We can add it, it is already in the code today.
Yeah, so I'd feel more comfortable just adding something that makes it completely clear that it's 10 feet, whether it's 5 plus 5 or 10, but just nobody can question how many feet. I don't want anybody trying to say they can overlap the 5 feet.
10-foot separation between
And
the
then,
buildings.
and then the additional piece is that to go front loaded, it would be a variance request. And so that's where I'd want to understand, because basically I do want to make it clear that the intent is something we do expect to be followed. And so therefore, want to hear from staff, is there a way you'd recommend where it's a concurrent variance, that if they're requesting front loaded, they know that's something that council is going to have to weigh in and decide. So for example, as Councilman Vanstrom's brought up, for example, topography might be a reason that a variance is granted versus not granted for the front loaded. So what are your thoughts on how that could be accomplished? Okay.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Could there be a conditional use option for orientation?
So we have conditional use for uses. I don't know how you present a conditional use for an architectural feature, which is what front-loaded townhomes are. It's an architectural choice on how you access the building. So I'm not sure how we can make it a conditional use request. It's included in definitions. So where you're looking at amending tonight in your first reading is in Article 2, which is definitions that apply to all zoning classifications. It's not about when they can make that application. So we might need to have something we can bring back to you. I'm not sure we
So
can
that will,
come
that
up
will
with
not
an
be in the,
answer
it will
right
not be in
now.
the first reading but staff will certainly look at it in case there's any suggestions for the second reading.
Well,
But
and I
just the key is, I just want to make sure that with Planning Commission recommending we add an intent, obviously intent on its own does not have teeth. So I just want to make sure that the council, whether it's a current council or a far in the future council, that when they're hopefully looking at that intent, they're ultimately making a decision whether or not they would approve the front loaded. But that does not have to be in there tonight.
Yes, ma'am, Sarah.
Clarifying question. I see the recommendations, excuse me, from the Planning Commission regarding the placement of the garages, but I don't see a mention of the contiguous units. Was there a recommendation made by the Planning Commission for a number of contiguous units, or was that stricken entirely?
Are you talking about the 4 units in a row?
Correct.
Yes.
So they discussed those. They left them as is from what council put in with the 4. They did not indicate going down to 3 or did not indicate going, I believe they didn't make that change.
They denied all the changes that were initiated by council and then they wanted to keep everything as it is in the code today and then make the additional changes that you've been discussing with the 20-foot separation for curb cuts, the intent, and the 2 extra items under alternative compliance.
Yeah,
Keep it as 8 would be basically what they're recommending.
right, and as I mentioned, I think did a great job where I certainly agree with a lot of stuff in here, but not every piece. I think we had a really healthy discussion at the initiation, and ultimately that we are creating a great character for future ones that aren't going to be long buildings of eight townhomes. So with that, the 4 for rear loaded and 3 for front loaded is going to be my motion tonight.
Outstanding. Sarah, did you have something? Yes, ma'am.
I'm actually of the frame of mind that I agree with the Planning Commission recommendations. Suggestions that I made, I think were quite helpful, or that they made were quite helpful. The only concerns that I had were using suggestions for design elements and not limiting it to those strictly, as I think architects are more of the frame of mind that they would be able to come up with some good ideas with limiting how visually impactful garages are. However, I think Councilmember Vanstrom made an excellent point. I feel like we're making an issue out of something that is not an issue currently. And I understand that there are some council members and potentially the mayor, I don't want to speak on behalf of anyone, who believe that they don't like personally how it looks. However, I think oftentimes when we try to legislate design standards, it's painting us into a corner in ways that we could limit the best designs that can come out of a scenario and the potential variances that would be needed based off of topography or the size or the shape of the parcel. And so therefore, I have a lot of hesitations with this.
Well, at least I get to speak for once on something, since you invoked my name. Yeah, I don't have, I'm leading this to the wisdom of the council. I'm going to say again, for me, the complication of this code creates so much confusion, lack of clarity, lack of being, you get, which always we're just dealing with minutia and backing out and having fights over minutia. I can't wait to get this code addressed in a radical form, because there should be a healthy discussion, but I think it needs to be done from an overarching perspective, whether you want front-loaded, back-loaded, both, but there's a lot more pieces to that equation. And I think one of the problems is these discussions get so diminutive that they're really not, at the end of the day, producing anybody's result. Roswell is replete with example after example after example after example of the city trying to, elected officials and city, people who work in the city, trying to mess with things and always ending up with the wrong result. I mean, this city, it happens time after time after time after time. And part of it is because the discussions get so diminutive that there's no clarity about what the hell you really want at the end of the day. Like, I want front-loaded, I want back-loaded, I don't want either one. You know, like, well, and then because we're going to have townhomes, we're not going to have any townhomes. Are we going to have carriage homes, we're going to have carriage. I mean, we have way too many of these discussions that I don't think are beneficial to the city, beneficial to residents, and they just become little picking fights that don't solve problems. So the only thing I'm weighing is, because I really am not weighing in on this. I mean, the wisdom of the council will make this decision, of course, obviously anyway, except for we cannot deal with this code quick enough. We cannot deal with this code quick enough. So, Councilman Palermo, the Vestry.
Yeah, let me add to the pickiness, because the one thing that Councilwoman Beeson left out was possibility of impervious surface difficulties in design. So, hey, you can get as picky as you want on a lot of these things, and there's a lot of things that we do have to clarify. I mean, I only bring that up because Councilman Hills mentioned that no garages should be in the front. Well, I live in a home in an area where it's along the river corridor, and there's a huge limitation of impervious surface, and the only way to build the homes was with front-loaded garages. Completely agree with you. I think it would look prettier if I didn't have one, but I sure live in a nice part of town and had to follow the zoning ordinances of the city. So there are, unfortunately, whether it's sitting in this chamber or whether it's in another place, we have to iron out all these little details that do come up. So it's getting late. I won't keep saying anything more, but.
Well, with that said, I think that aptly, that appropriate comment. Is there a motion on the floor, Councilmember Palermo? Councilmember Hall, yes, ma'am? Would any of our fellow Roswell residents like to comment on the discussion? Planning Commission member, Eric, how are you, sir?
I'm great, thank you. I would just hopefully like to clarify a little bit about Planning Commission's suggestion here. So, first of all, I think everybody knows, but if you don't, we purchased much of our UDC code from a company, and that same company sells it to multiple other cities. And what we have in this section today in the UDC is we're actually missing the intent, and the intent is referenced in the alternate finding. And because the intent isn't in there, we've ended up with a tremendous amount of townhouses in the city of Roswell that have garage doors across the complete face of those buildings with no front doors. And it's really counter to the intent, and because we didn't have one, it created a very difficult situation for staff. And what we're trying to do here is to simply correct that by adding the intent back in. Now, I didn't make this intent statement up. This is simply an intent statement that comes from the code package that Code Studio sells to other cities. So, you know, more or less this is boilerplate, and it's this there to fulfill the need for the intent that is actually in the alternate finding. So, you know, this is more or less what everybody's living by today, but we need to have it in the code. And then the other section that we're adding is to ensure that there are some guardrails on just how wide those garage doors can be, because we do have double wide garage doors today, and that wasn't the intent. So the 60% piece was added there to give staff a 20% ability to increase those garage doors, much like the 20% they get with many other codes, such as setbacks and things like that. So it was more or less in line with the authority we give them today, and that's the reason for it. So if there are any questions or clarify anything else.
Eric, I would argue exactly, going back to the UDC as a form-based zoning code, which is a plug-and-play zoning code from a vendor, and to your point, there's never been intent. The zoning code had 128 text amendments the night it was passed. So there's never been clarity from the elected officials in this city about what it is the zoning code is going to do and what it's not going to do. Like, to your question about townhomes, that's a greater question. You need to answer that question when you put it into your code. To me, like, this is all trifling. Like, it's really not answering the question at the end of the day. Do I have townhomes? Where do I have townhomes? How many townhomes? What's the scope and size of townhomes? On and on and on. Those are philosophical questions that the elected body is supposed to make so they can create clarity in the zoning code. But that's what I'm saying. We've never done that. So now we keep having diminutive conversations that says, well, Planning Commission says intent is this. Guess what? New elected body gets elected in 2 years. Planning Commission says the intent is 4 years, right? Changes again. Don't have clarity in the comp plan on it, or great, the contrast between the comp plan and the zoning code, on and on. The lack of our clarity about the intent of all the uses, or should there be uses, sometimes there maybe shouldn't be, have created a tremendous amount of consternation.
I don't disagree with you. I think zoning code is complex by nature. I think it's completely normal to make updates to zoning code. And I know it is difficult for everybody to understand it, but it is not difficult for certain people to understand it, particularly builders. You know, it is complex by nature, and change is going to happen with zoning code over time because time makes change. We have an actual legal problem with the text in this section where it says intent, and it's causing confusion, it's causing issues, and I've spent a tremendous amount of time with our city attorney and our staff to go over many of the problems that we have with almost all of the townhouse developments that we had since the UDC was passed. So I would just encourage us to either add an intent statement to fix it or remove alternate finding. I would also like to speak to the number of units in a building for a townhouse. Townhouses are row houses, and by nature they're intended to be, let's say, starter homes, entry-level homes. And the only way you get there is to ensure that building them is profitable for a developer. So reducing the number of units in a townhouse to 3 and 4 is counter to that objective. So Planning Commission's intent here was to make a simple change rather than a big change, to try to simplify what we do, don't take anything really away from what we're currently doing today, and just ensure that it is actually enforced. Because today, we have townhouses that have double wide garage doors and the front doors are on the back, and that was not what we had intended. So I think it's important to have the ability to produce an entry-level home, a starter home in the city of Roswell, make this product available for builders to be able to build if they want to, which is the minimum lot size for a townhouse is 20 feet wide. And if you have 1-car garage on it, you still have room for a front door. If you can build 8 in a building, that makes sure that we can have that kind of product in the city of Roswell. Doesn't mean people are going to build it, but it is going to ensure that we have that possibility without creating a street with 0 curb cuts. That's dangerous, right? And no facade, no front, no streetscape, etc. So that's all I have to say. Any more questions?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Got any questions for us? Yes, sir?
Figure if I'll be here till midnight, I'll at least say something.
Well, if you're going to stay here, I'm going to make a deal, then you guys are going to stay with us for the duration. How about that? 'Cause we got a lot left.
I applaud your efforts to simplify the UDC.
Well, let me say something. I mean, again, and Eric, with all due respect, some of those are political statements. I mean, one of the reasons we got elected was to understand what the long-term impacts of our economic and redevelopment would be, right? And so that is not coordinated with the Planning Commission. Planning Commission acts as a separate body, right? But part of the whole thing that this body understands from a long-term strategic perspective is scarcity. So again, until you implement that into your zoning code as part of your strategic development plan, we are tintillating on the edges. Because a lot of this is, when we're talking about, we have 65% of our land mass already taken up with single-family homes. That means basically, and there's some finite amount of redevelopment that needs to take place in this city. Redevelopment. There's not a whole lot of new development. And so what we have been trying to work on, instead of reacting, which is what this city has done historically, when we're talking about economic development, that's why I get very frustrated sometimes when we have such diminutive discussions, because they're missing the big, long-term, really overarching pieces that we need to be focused on. Like, I would dare say, and this will be very politically unpopular, I don't know why we're focusing on townhomes as a big part of our discussion, because frankly, townhomes are not going to be a gigantic part of our future redevelopment plans. Now, that's just reality. So it's not about starter homes. That piece is way down the path, and I'm going to get killed by people about affordable housing and all that. Scarcity is the primary driver of economic activity and will be in the city of Roswell for the next 50 years. And if we do what we're supposed to do over the next 4 years, we will get it right for what happens in the next 10 to 20 years. And if this council has the courage to do the things it needs to do from a redevelopment perspective, it'll blow everybody's away, and the economic values and returns to the residents in this city will be dramatically better than our sister cities. But sometimes that's why I get so frustrated talking about diminutive issues when people are making policy decisions when they don't even know what the long overarching policy is. So, because I don't agree. You're right. We need to have, townhomes are starter homes. We're not going to have many starter homes going forward. I mean, that's just it's a false narrative. And it sounds good politically to say we are. Oh, yeah, we will. And I know I'm getting killed right now by people saying, well, he doesn't care. Affordable housing, yada, yada. It's not true. And it's not going to happen in the city of Roswell based upon this simple model of scarcity. And I know people are not going to like that, but that's reality. Because my job as the mayor of this city, along with the job of this council, is to create long-term economic value for the residents who live in this city and own property. That's one of our primary jobs. And that means the decisions we make need to be long-term. That's why this code has got to get simplified and has to be clarity brought to it. Because we're wasting a lot of time and energy talking about things that are so diminutive that they do not bring clarity to a single resident. You're exactly right, Eric. There are people who know how to game us, right? Smarter people, they know how to game us, and they've done it successfully. And that's why I want the code simplified with an overarching alignment to the economic strategy of this city. Sorry to go off on a soapbox. And it's my fault that we're doing all this UDC stuff tonight, because I'm not smart enough to see the agenda coming ahead and realize that each one of these is going to be a power stinker for 2 hours. So my bad. Perry, Mr. Dragon, yes, sir.
You just gave a lot of my speech right there. I actually didn't prepare a speech, but the only thing I could compare the UDC to is the IRS code. And I find it every bit as confusing. And I'm not an accountant, so. Anyway, you may know, I moved here from Houston. Houston doesn't have zoning. And I'm not suggesting that you should go that far in that direction, but in looking at what we discussed tonight, some of the stuff that came up here, that's several pages of UDC with charts and tables and all of that, I could do in 1 or 2 sentences.
It's funny.
That doesn't mean it'd be better, but it would certainly be a lot simpler.
It's funny how the code hangs you. Like it keeps you from doing the right thing, because it now becomes a legal instrument along with the comp plan that ties you to making decisions that you don't want to make that are in the best interest of the city. Yet you know it. And then you're hung. It's crazy to me. As a regular person who's become an elected official and getting familiar with this, it's craziness. It's like it hangs you. Like all of a sudden you have to navigate such narrow lines, like, and most of us would sit down together and say, well, that's not what we really want to do. That's not in the best interest of us.
and it wastes an incredible amount of your time.
Amen.
That's the thing that really bothers me, because, looking at this from a business perspective and never having been in government until I got here recently, the amount of time and effort that the staff and city mayor and council and so forth go through on some of these issues that I consider minutia, it's just mind-boggling.
Yeah, and talk about, you know what, forgive me, Mike, Mike's good. Is there any worse place? How much good law do you see get made up here on the fly? Me, not a lot. I don't see a lot of good law getting made up here. Sorry, on the fly. It's don't. Anyway, Councilman Palermo, you got a motion.
Well, no, actually, first, I'd be remiss if I didn't opine. Yeah. So with all due respect to Houston, I think they are a perfect example of how a zoning code really can be helpful. And because at the end of the day, a zoning code is what you make it. Unfortunately, back in 2014 when this came out, the zoning code was created to benefit developers at the cost of Roswell residents. And we've made changes, including more changes we're making tonight, that makes it so it's the best protection for Roswell residents. And so a code, if done right, is a great protection. And frankly, for those of you that have not traveled to Houston, I recommend you travel there or read about it. They're a great textbook case where I definitely prefer to live somewhere where there's protections for existing residents. With all due respect. Yeah. So with that, though.
Sarah, sorry, we left you out in the cold on this, sorry.
One final comment before the motion, and I'll make it very quickly. I think in this situation, to reiterate, and I think you and I, Mayor, align on the sense that I think we are legislating something out of nothing. However, I think our end goals are very different in the sense that I believe that missing middle housing is something that we can tackle here in the city. I think helping our renters find entry-level homes, or our folks who are wanting to age here in Roswell reduce the size of their home, should be options. I think creating this type of legislation would create artificial scarcity, which is not something that we have to do based off of what you currently said. I'm also a firm believer that if you are not legislating to solve a true problem, you are legislating to create a problem. And in this case, I don't understand how garages on the front of the house, although it might be offensive to the taste or aesthetics of some, is not inherently a problem. It's just a preference. And that's collectively why I have a lot of hesitations. But I do appreciate the Planning Commission's attempts at trying to address the goals of the intent, which I think is what council is looking to, is the intent itself, not necessarily trying to create a lot of changes to the code. That's me. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Councilmember Palermo?
So with that, what we do actually have in Roswell is we have some great homes that are often fixer-uppers. And it's what I actually have a lot of friends, I'd say my age, and frankly even Councilmember Beeson's age, where they end up moving into one of the older homes, and they make it great for them and their current or future family. And what I've found does the opposite of that is when these starter homes are actually torn down for townhomes, for example. So to say that frankly, even whether rear-loaded or front-loaded, to say that the townhomes that we've seen built in Roswell are really affordable or great starter homes, I don't think that's the case. That's not what I'm hearing from so many young residents that are choosing to move here. And so that's where I do think it's beneficial that we have a diversity of housing, and frankly, we've had a lot of townhomes built. We've not had as many new single-family homes that are on, some of the different lots, et cetera, built as recently. And so again, I think although I certainly see developers arguing they should be able to build more townhomes to make more affordable housing, I've seen it actually knock down a lot of the more affordable houses where people want to just come buy a house with a front yard, a backyard, and get to start to raise a family. So I guess I have some concerns with that argument, but nonetheless, I do think it is important that we're really focused on just the character of the future developments. And I think from the planning commissioner that got up and spoke, I actually thought two great additional points were brought up. that I just want to get clarification from staff on. So number one question is, on a front-loaded townhome, in the current code, let's assume no updates we're gonna go in if this were shot down. Can a developer currently build front-loaded townhomes that do not have a separate pedestrian door? Is there any way, whether that's through the code as is or through staff giving any alternative findings or anything like that? So basically when we see those, because those do exist in Roswell, were those approved prior to the UDC or were those approved post-UDC?
The current UDC requires the door on the townhouse, so the only way to not have that would be to go before the Board of Zoning Appeals and request the variance.
Okay, so how would we accomplish removing that ability to request a variance to not put a front door on a front-loaded townhome? And I'm fine to having a motion for staff to come back the second reading with language on that intent.
We'd have to move it to the section, yes, we'd have to move it to section 13.11. What, letter 13.11.2, letter C, which I believe is the next text.
That's what I was just
proposed
thinking.
text
Okay, so
amendment.
I will be talking about that one again on the next item. So my other thing is around the minimum as well, just given the exact concerns that we've discussed. And frankly, for a front-loaded townhome, 24-foot minimum is more realistic. It is what we see more often. And that's something I think I would like to discuss as well, of just addressing, because as the individual brought up, potentially even as small as a 20-foot minimum width. So I'd like to discuss with this council as well, that if for a front-loaded townhome, it is a 24-foot minimum, not a current 20-foot minimum width. And then after any robust questions or comments from the council, I will be prepared to make a motion at any point.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to make any assumptions about what anybody means, but the idea that suggesting that a townhome should have a rear entry is elitist, or that putting a townhome on the front of putting the garage on the front of a townhome deteriorates the value or puts baby in a corner. I just find that there are standards of what people expect in Roswell, and I feel like that's not really a fair shake on that. I think that people have certain expectations in the city of Roswell, and for a starter home, I think that we need to quit watering down what we're putting in the UDC. I mean, we're watering down the level of what we expect in this city, and I think people that are in a starter home deserve to have a nice looking place. No offense to you, Dr. Vanstrom, it's not about that. It's, to me, it's about setting the standards, and we've got some old dogs in this city, some real old dogs that look terrible because we've just let ourselves go on how we let something slide through with a garage on the front of a townhome, and there's, all concrete, no grass, no nothing. I know that's not exactly what we're talking about tonight, but I'm sticking to my guns on that.
Lee,
I'm
I
not
got
a
to tell you
fan.
something. You're so right about this, because one of the things we forgot about, and this is not popular, but it's the truth.
Well, and I represent a lot of people in the city that feel exactly like I do. This isn't about denying people a place to
No, but
live.
the whole thing's like, we're talking about something that's really not that relevant. If you're gonna be, Roswell's gonna be 120 to 125,000 people in 20 years. That's a 25%, 20% total growth population, a little bit over 1% a year. It'd be very small. Like, that's what we're gonna be. We're making the intentional decision, and it affects this. It affects the whole thinking and virality of what you're saying. If you're not gonna be 200,000 people, which Roswell could be 200,000 people, folks. Easy. There are a lot of people who want Roswell to be 200,000 people. We got elected based upon the promise that Roswell is going to be 120,000 people. So that means that how we get there matters. It means everything that we say. To your point, like the whole discussion, and I think Sarah was right. It is a preference discussion, and I think that's a fair argument.
I do too.
But what I don't think is, like, let's get clarity. The people have spoken in this city very clearly, in my opinion, from a political perspective. They do not want to be 200,000 people. They do not. We have lots of affordable housing comparatively to the marketplace in North Fulton County. But the reality is there is no affordable housing. The people who live in garden-style apartments in the city of Roswell pay market-based pricing, and it is expensive. It's expensive. And the question is, do you deluge that pricing in the marketplace, or do you continue to try to add value in the marketplace? What's in the best long-term interest of the city, of the residents, of the people who own property? We believe that the best thing, I believe, is the best thing is to continue to try to take advantage of what you have and what you don't have. And what we don't have is we don't have lots and lots of property. We don't have lots of property. So why would we go down and diminish the value of our property, which would affect and impact, diminish the value of all the people who live here? That, to me, is not smart. That's not logical. We've already made the political calculation. We've made the economic calculation. We are not going to do that. So that's why these questions are so important. It is a question of preference. It is a question. It's a political decision. It's a political policy that's going to be made. And I think that's so important sometimes. And sometimes it gets attacked by the it's very suggestive. Talk about workforce housing, affordable housing, first-time home buyers. It sounds good, but it's not true. It's not true. And it's not what the future housing in this marketplace is. Yes, I agree. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to go take down from their $1 million home or $600,000 home, and they're going to move into a high-density multifamily complex that we're going to help be intentional with the development on. And that apartment's going to cost $6,000 a month, right? Ain't nothing affordable about that. I mean, and that's what's coming. So the fact that we're going to talk about on the margins, we're not going to have 200,000 people in the city. Not as long as I'm there. I'm not going to support any action towards that, any economic development towards that. I don't know the council can do. Obviously, you're a free body. There's 6 of you. But I don't want to have a mixed version of that economic discussion. And by the way, I know I'm going to get hammered on this politically on social media because I see it all the time. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, ma'am. Sarah. I stopped because I saw you raise your hand.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I can comment. I will say this briefly and respectfully. I know that there is a very diverse spectrum of opinion on the impacts of housing policy on housing. And I could filibuster y'all if I was feeling really vindictive about it right now, but I'm not, which is why I respectfully ask that we avoid hyperbolic rabbit hole discussions about the impacts of additions or subtractions to the housing stock that it currently is, because I know that while everyone in this room, well, not everyone in this room, everyone on this dais, with the exception of 2, were elected for a variety of reasons. So I want to make sure that in the interest of time and patience, poor Councilmember Morthland's already sighing. He's like, why did you let Sarah talk? In the interest of time and patience for all, that we keep the discussion germane to the motion, well, soon-to-be motion at hand, related to garages and townhomes. And I say that because I'm personally trying to avoid going down a whole rabbit hole discussion because there is a very wide variety of opinions on the dais this evening. Would you be willing to entertain that?
I respectfully will honor your request. I didn't think I went down the rat hole until I started hearing some triggers. And I'm going like, what are we really talking about? It's UDC, but yes, ma'am. Councilmember Hills.
I just wanted to clarify my comment about watering down, our decisions. And I frequently hear how the developer can't make money without doing certain things, it's not, what is it called when it pencils in,
Pencil.
Yeah, and I love that we have developers that are dying to do work here. I love that. I want them to come in here and make a lot of money. That's the name of the game but I also fully believe that we have a responsibility to the city to set some standards. And every time we make a move like this, that what I'm calling waters down or, just kind of taps down a little bit further, then we find ourselves in a pickle. And that's not what I want. So I stand firm. I'm not interested in front-load townhomes.
All right, Michael, I'm going to ask you to make a motion.
Excellent. And if this does not get majority support, I will quickly be making a motion with Councilmember Hills. But first, I'm going to look for one that hopefully will get some great consensus. So my motion would be what's written as proposed with the updates of Planning Commission's item number 1 here on the screen. The update of number 2, which is getting the intent. So now if we can go all those items under it, so we can go to the next slide, including A. So A4 continued. So that's a part of it as well. And then not including the administrative alternate finding opportunity. And so therefore, ultimately, they have to follow the 50%. There's not the opportunity to get the alternate finding from staff. So that's the updates from Planning Commission.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you talking about both 5 and 6 or just 6?
So 6 is the concern. Are 5 and 6 separate and independent?
It's 3 here in the packet, is it not?
Right, I'm looking at the screen for that one was more directly from.
Add 2 items under administrative alternate finding,
These are not
number
congruent.
5 and number 6.
Okay, so yeah, so ultimately just including number 5, not including number 6. And then also in addition to that, in addition to including those Planning Commission recommendations, what's in there is already the maximum of 4, making it where there's a maximum of 3 for front-loaded. And then also for front-loaded, having the width be a minimum of 24 feet. And then for all townhomes, so whether 4 or 3, that something clarifying that there's 10 feet between, a minimum of 10 feet between each building. And then I'll not be talking about the front door because I'll be talking about that item on the next item.
Okay. Lenore, you got all that?
We think. However, you said you were going to move forward as is initiated, and in the initiation, 2.2.19D is deleted. The alternative finding is removed in its entirety, but you just added numbers 5 and 6 to something we deleted. So are you wanting to keep alternative finding?
So, yeah, I guess I'm not seeing what meets is in accordance with and does not violate UDC if we're not giving staff the opportunity for alternative finding. So I guess actually it would make sense to not be adding this in.
Correct. So initially you were going to include number 1 on this screen, number 2, which continues onto the next screen, and
Yep.
not include number 3.
Correct.
Was what you initially said.
Yes.
Which means that number 5 and 6 would not get added.
Correct.
And in the book, they're I and,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
I and double I.
Yeah. And so that's it from the screen. We talked about the maximum in a single building, and we talked about the 24-foot minimum. Yep. Excellent. And then again, we'll be talking about the front door on the BZA item next.
All right, so just for clarity, you're approving the text amendment to UDC regarding section 2219 residential garage parking, letter C, letter D, 3, 4, 5 regarding, and then you were coming down and saying, yes, adding number 1, minimum 20-foot curb cuts to allow for street parking for residential townhomes. Number 2, the 3 items there, insert the following into UD section 22.19, A, B, and C, right? Not and D, and then not adding number 3, which also has 5 and 6 below that. And then you're adding the width section, which is, the width section says what, 24-foot minimum?
24-foot minimum for front-loaded?
And then that there has to be a clear declaration on 10 feet between each building?
Yes.
And there's one other piece.
And then it's already in there and initiated as a maximum of 4 units per building. For front-loaded, it would be 3, a maximum of 3 units per building.
All right, motion's been made by Councilmember Palermo, very simple one, easy to follow. Yes, ma'am.
My clarifying question is, are we deleting the entire letter D, administrative finding, in its entirety from section?
All right, that is in your packet, Christine, if I understand that, that is number 3. Number 3, yeah. Right? Add 2 items, UDC 22.19/D, and then it's got A, and then 1 and 2, correct? Which would be 5 or 6, I think, up here on the sheet.
I'm clear that we're not going to add items 5 and 6. I want to know if items 1 through 4 will remain.
No, ma'am. 2.2.19, residential garage parking, letter D, administrative alternative findings shall be amended by deleting the entire section.
Thank you.
Oh, boy. Where does it say that?
It's in the actual language.
Gee, you freaking whiz. Why don't these coincide? How come, why is it what's in the ordinance does not coincide with what's in this?
So the text amendment as initiated is included as an ordinance is what you initiated. Planning Commission's recommendations are included in the summary at the front for you to consider whether you want to add them or not.
Okay.
We would not make the assumption that you're going to take their recommendations, we just present them to you. And we can certainly find a better way if it's confusing the way it's been presented.
Thank you for the clarifying question, Christine. That's an excellent, very clarifying question. So, there's a motion on the floor by Councilmember Palermo. Simple, easy, discernible.
If this one does not get a majority, I think the Councilmember Hill's one would be a little more simple.
Christine wants to clarify.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Councilmember Hall.
One final clarifying question. Is staff going to come back about whether variances can go to BZA? Is that,
No, that's the next item. We have that tonight.
okay, thank you.
So there were 2 things you mentioned during your discussion.
Yep.
One was the question about front-loaded being a conditional use.
Or variance, yeah.
We've come up with a solution for you, but we can present it to you between now and second reading.
Great.
It's a modification of the use table. It's very simple to do.
Yep.
And then, yes, in the next item, after the last item is where the
Yep.
modification to who can request a variance would be modified.
Perfect. So that is my motion.
Your motion, Councilmember Palermo, is on the floor. Is there a second? Councilmember Hall seconds this motion. All in favor of the motion as stated by Councilmember Palermo and seconded by Councilmember Hall, please raise your hands.
Oh, it's a first reading. Let's move it on.
4 votes for yay, all opposed, please raise your hands. And 2 nay. So
Soul Sisters.
motion passes
That was
4
a
to
high
2,
five.
first reading.
Passing it
Thank
down.
you. All right, Councilmember Palermo. Go to number 8.
So unless there's protest from the audience or this council, my request would be to defer this item until the April ComDev council meeting, unless people want to knock it out tonight, which I'm happy to do.
Oh, man, I would hug you.
So there is a question by Mike on the floor. Does anybody really want to dig into number 8?
All right, I'm going to motion to defer item number 8.
Motion to defer has been by Councilmember Palermo. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by Councilmember Hills. All in favor of deferring motion number 8? It is unanimous. Number 8 is deferred. Number 9.
Item number 9, approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding Section 10.1.9, alternative compliance, Section 13.9.2, who approves administrative variances, and Section 13.11.2, who approves variances. First reading.
Mr. City Attorney Davidson, would you read the ordinance, please?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 10, Site Development, and Article 13, Administration. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 10, Site Development, Section 10.1.9, Alternative Compliance, and Article 13, Administration, Section 13.9.2, who approves administrative variances, and Section 13.11.2, who approves variances of Unified Development Code, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the first reading.
Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney Davidson. Jackie?
Yes, and I'll go through this as quickly as possible. So what this text amendment is doing, from initiation to through Planning Commission and to now for first reading, is to remove the alternative compliance in Section 10.1.9 regarding the parking variance allowance that allows the zoning director to grant a variance to parking. This is the whole section for alternative compliance related to that section. It's being deleted in its entirety. 13.9.2 in the code allows the zoning director to approve certain administrative variances: front yard, side yard, rear yard, distance between buildings on the same lot, and the last one, to allow landscape, open space, and outdoor amenity to have a combined 10% below the minimum required percentage. This one is being deleted in its entirety in this section. What we're doing is adding, this text amendment is doing is to add it to Section 13.11.2, who approves variances. So letter B is being deleted in its entirety and is being changed to state this: that the Board of Zoning Appeals can only approve variances related to zoning requirements of UDC, and herein decide on requests related to Articles 1 through 10, Section 12.7. And we're adding a letter C to indicate that all requested variances from 10.1.3, vehicle and bicycle parking, which is the parking section, Section 10.2.3, neighborhood compatibility buffers, which is currently has to come to council for variances, and then the landscape open space, minimum requirements for development shall be heard by the mayor and council. And what we just talked about, and the last one, was to add pedestrian access under the townhome building type as well, from what will probably be discussed here, to add to this section as well. The Planning Commission heard this and approved as written with no changes. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council, any questions, comments, or thoughts for Jackie? Outstanding. Do any Roswell residents have any thoughts, comments, or questions on the matter? Bring it back to council. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Beatson.
I'll keep it quick, just to reiterate what I originally said during committee as well as initiation. I believe that these are pretty low-hanging fruit in terms of who approves variances currently, and believe that staff is fully capable of handling these variances on the basis of their professional knowledge. And I don't know that this is something that council would be able to speak to in terms of our professional knowledge, especially consistently. And I'm not saying this council specifically, but we'll just say council, because this impacts everyone moving forward. And it makes something inherently political by bringing it in front of council that should not be inherently political. So therefore, those are my hesitations with this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. This will increase transparency in a public process that basically today you have the opportunity for a developer to request something and staff to just approve it downstairs without any public hearing, clear knowledge, different aspects like that, and the opportunity for them to weigh in. So this is going to create more accountability for residents, and this is also something where frankly it's a reminder. The people of Roswell want developers to follow our code. We have a code. Developers should follow it. There shouldn't be a way that developers cannot follow the code and do that outside of the public eye. So I think doing this is gonna really improve development as well as improve transparency. And so tonight I'll be motioning to move this forward with the addition of the fact that a townhome requires a front door.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from anybody at the council? If not, Councilmember Palermo.
Motion to approve this first reading with the addition of the item discussed earlier.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Mortland, back from the dead. All those in favor of the passing of this first reading of this text amendment, please raise your hands. It is 5 in affirmative. All those opposed? 1 in the negative. So the first reading, motion, the first reading passes. Thank you very much. All right. Now we go to, yeah, where are you going? You make us stay here. This is all your fault anyway. We're good closure? I can't read my own writing. Okay, do I have a motion for closure? No, next is City Attorney's report. City Attorney Davidson, would you please read the next item?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a recommendation for closure to discuss personnel litigation and real estate.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion for closure?
Motioned.
Motion for closure by Councilmember Beasley. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hills. All in favor of closure, please raise your hands. I got 2, 3, 4.
Will and I are not.
Four say yay. All opposed? All right. Yeah, the yeas have it. We're going to closure.